She's riveted still.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jill's.
Good tea. Nice house.
Greetings and felicitations.
And if you can't believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Why don't you go chase an asteroid?
Hey, Janice, is that for me?
Don't you wish it was?
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 153, where we're continuing to celebrate one bridge crew member every month up until the 60th anniversary of Star Trek, and we have gotten up to Grace Lee Whitney, and this is wonderful for me because I set out a list of all the bridge crew, and I couldn't do it without her because I know she could only appear in a few episodes, 8 episodes, and then a few of the movies, but she belonged to Star Trek and she should have been there longer. It's something that Gene later regretted that she didn't stay on. And so because she was first conceived in the pilot as Yeoman Colt, she was always intended to be an essential bridge crew member. In fact, even a main character. She was supposed to get more. It's just she wasn't there long enough, and she's of course, and in something I always remember from Saturday Night Star Trek with Claudia and Raquel Briggs is that she would read to us the Bible and talking about Yeoman Colt or Rand, that she's not dumb. That is specifically in the Bible, that this is an intelligent supporting bridge crew member, and so that is a very important thing to remember. And some people forget about that. And for the loss, it is not woke. For the loss of all fans, she was rewritten out of the show. And like I said, Gene Roddenberry later regretted it. I have a quote from him later detailing that. They even had some memos trying to talk about bringing her back, but there were, he says, other NBC executives were not amenable to that. And we'll talk about that too. That there are stories, and anyway, we're celebrating Star Trek, and we've got to talk about Grace Lee Whitney. I've and her hair, her beehive. Apparently, Gene Roddenberry had an idea. He had an idea about what hair in the future would look like.
That's one heck of a basket weave.
Well, and I know some people might want to talk about some of the things that happened to her, and yeah, she was not treated well, and we will get into that later on. And she also had her own demons that we'll also talk about, and she would want me to talk about them. That's something that really came to define her later on in terms of her recovery and everything. And most of what I get from her spirit, I got from reading as much as I could. I didn't get to read all of it, but I read The Longest Trek, My Tour of the Galaxy by Grace Lee Whitney, I guess with help from Jim Denny. And so this is really good. I'm definitely gonna try to finish this at some point, but it was very helpful for me to understand her story a little better. And of course, we didn't get nearly enough Rand in the series, but we'll play a few of the clips that I was able to get. I didn't get any of the where did Scotty go? What did I do? Wait, okay, fixed it. But I still got a few. Like okay, I was on the I was dealing with the man trap, so we have.
Where are you, Sulu?
In here feeding the weavers, Janice.
Well, I've got your tray.
May the great bird of the galaxy bless your planet.
Thank you.
I love that one just because it mentions the great bird of the galaxy. That's pretty fun.
Also, it is the only puppet episode of the original series. Like hand puppet.
Oh, I was gonna say the Corbomite maneuver sort of has a
puppet, and technically the aliens from Cat's Paw are marionettes. I should specify.
There you were. There you were. Oh my goodness. Yep. Well, I've been watching some tweets lately, so I don't know why. You know what? We're not talking about that. If you want to talk about that episode of The Filth, check out UK Danger Man later today. He will be detailing all of the horrificness of that.
To be fair, I haven't seen it. To be fair, I have not seen it.
It's a total cop out. It's the worst thing in the world.
Well,
okay, so
you know, there's other stuff going on in the world.
Okay, it's the worst thing that somebody has attributed a Star Trek label to it. I think it might be worse than Section 31, simply because at least is it?
The hell you say?
Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. But
man, at least the puppet episode is shorter.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's eyeballs got eaten in a martini, so there's that too.
Yeah, there is that.
All right, so see, we gotta stop. Not right now.
I did. It's over.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and one of the things I love about Grace Lee Whitney, she put herself into this role. She essentially she thought of Janice Rand as her sister. She really gave it her all. This was something she was really excited to have a show that would be recurring, that she, because she was on other TV shows, but this is the first one where she'd be coming back every week. And so she really just gave this character her everything. And there was a side of her from her youth that was innocent, and that's what she put into Rand. And I that was something that I can't find anywhere online. I can only find it here in this book. So this book is really essential for that kind of thing, to get to know a lot. I'm gonna miss some of the things she said in there. But I know that she was a Star Trek fan because she talks about the episodes very naturally. And it was she liked that George was the only one who called her Gracie. So she did make a Star Trek 4 reference in the book. George and Gracie.
Yes.
And it's interesting to see in the book also how her fandom develops. At first she loved Star Trek. She was in it and she was with it. And then when she got kicked out of it, she was like, I don't want anything to do with it. And then when she got into the convention, she came back as a fan. So that was quite a roller coaster journey for her in that. And we'll talk about all the things, all of the good things and the bad things. And she says, let's see, what is this? I'm trying to figure out where these are the voyages. Says she remembered the excitement making Star Trek and watching it. She said, if you could have seen us when we saw the dailies after the first few shoots, I was so blown away. I couldn't imagine we were so good together. All of us were so good together. The crew and the cast, that's what made the show. The interaction between the crew and actors, the chemistry. It was rolling, let me tell you. And so, thank you, Scotty R37, for being here for Grace Lee Whitney.
I'm excited. Thank you. This is going to be an interesting delving into the career. We were talking just the other day, and you told me that she was in Some Like It Hot. So she's been in what is one of the most iconic Marilyn Monroe films, Jack Lemmon. I think she gets overlooked because she and the other girls were uncredited on there. But go ahead. Still, I don't care. I'm just impressed. It's like I didn't realize her career was as lengthy.
It was. Yeah, she was in a lot of things. And in that particular role, one of the things I remember that I liked was Monroe didn't want anybody to have hair as blonde as hers. So all the girls had to have their hair shaded darker, just because Monroe was kind of I don't know if she was a brat, but kind of like nobody could have blonde hair like me. Anyway, it's kind of funny.
It is, but also it's indicative of Hollywood stars, performances, egos.
Yes. And Grace Lee Whitney was born on April 1st, 1930. So she was born on April Fool's Day. And Ooh, Canadian Spider-Man.
Hey, buddy.
Please say grace. Please grace us with your presence, he says. And Franco says, let's all say grace.
Great.
And Leonard Nimoy, as I say in the title, called her Amazing Grace, although she said she's not amazing, but that song is basically her theme song. So, and let's see. I'll see you all later. Oh yeah, he posted that last night. I thought this was okay. So this is to address all of the fans of Battleship Month. I thought this was Don't Touch Our Boats Month, and ordinarily yes, but I couldn't skip Grace, so we had to do this. But we will continue Battleship Month next Friday. We're going to have a special guest on to talk to us about a movie. We're going to have the Common Nerd on, who I collaborated with on Rumble, and I watched some Doctor Who with him. So I'm having him on to talk about Down Periscope. I gave him a list of movies, and that's the one he picked.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and we got plenty more movies for next year. So this is going to happen every year. Every August, we're going to have Battleship Month. Why not?
Yeah. I'm happy with Battleship Month and Grace Lee Whitney.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm happy that we're maintaining the monthly bridge crew, but I was going for U571. I wanted to see Run Silent, Run Deep, and what was the one that is the based on the Balance of Terror? It was
Oh right, Balance of Terror. That would have to be
that's the Clark Gable movie. And so, but yeah, so
Enemy Below.
And so, yeah, we got plenty for next year. Don't you worry. There'll be boats.
Yeah, there will be more boats. Yeah, and we'll sink some battleships later. I can't believe it's Friday once again. Yeah, Gavin. And James Caserta says, "Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna." We'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
He's talking about Grace, but she did that. She did that on her own. Yeah, we haven't opened. Yeah, we're gonna get there. I kind of want to hype it up a little bit first before we get there. Oh, but Gavin says, in reference to the motion picture, it wasn't your fault, Rand. Commander Sonak's family can be reached through the Vulcan embassy. Yeah, that's really sad. It's kind of motion picture turns into a horror movie for a minute.
Yeah.
In that scene.
Enterprise. What got back didn't live long, fortunately.
Yep. Snortopupus Cuber says, speak no ill of her, or the bear shall avenge her memory. Yes, and we too. I hope that's what we do today for sure. And yeah. So,
my intention.
Mark Reckness says,
hey, Mark.
Yeah, Gracie was the last of the original cast to appear in her role on screen with her appearance in Flashback. Yeah, and I'm thinking that that's going to be the first movie we review in September for Star Trek month. So we're going from I don't always celebrate Star Trek all month during September, but on the 60th anniversary, you bet I will. And I think we're going to start with Flashback. And good morning to Power Ranger Donnie. One more week till Power Rangers Day. Let's hope we celebrate it rather than treating it like a funeral. Yeah, we don't want things to be over. We could still love the things that we like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd hate to be oh Jesus.
Huh?
Jeez.
Don't forget, Terry Garr didn't want to talk about Star Trek.
I don't know.
Either.
I think I need to read. I need to read Gene Roddenberry's authorized biography before we get to that one.
No, the unauthorized is the one you want.
The unauthorized, whatever.
Yeah, the one with all the juicy gossips.
See, the gossips are the problem. I want facts.
Yeah, but
I only want the authorized one.
But if it's an authorized biography, like if it's an autobiography, I'm in, I'm fine. But even as Grace, you told me, Grace Lee Whitney said that in Star Trek
Be careful.
Memories, Bill's book is not necessarily the gospel.
Well, because he got an interview with her and he talked to her and then he filled in the blanks wherever he wanted.
Okay. So, and that's the thing, is that's
Mhm.
William Shatner wrote that book, and it's not necessarily, it's sort of like Rashomon. It's like different people telling their same story from different perspectives. And so, and so when you have an authorized biography, it's like, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Then it's like, it doesn't mean anything. It's the unauthorized stuff.
No, I heard the authorized one still has a lot of stuff in it.
Oh, really? Well, I guess Grace was honest in her biography, and it's authorized.
Well, but it's not an Gene's isn't an autobiography. It's written by somebody else.
Right.
And
well, but who's going to authorize saying that someone had to clean up his casting couch?
Anyway, Snortopoopas Cuber says she kept mini space bees happily housed in that hair.
Yes.
And so, in agreement for how much of a misfire this week's episode of Strange New World was overall. We mentioned it without saying Strange New Worlds, but it feels so weird to say it that way. I call it in honor of Clobby. Strangled nude worms is the more appropriate term for that show. It's horrible, but what they did to Rachel Garrett as a character, war. Well, yeah, that's true too.
It's just the timeline when it comes to Rachel Garrett. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I like the actress who played Rachel Garrett, but
Morgan Luck is here.
Hey,
Morgan Luck. That's good. Let's see who else is here before we get started here. I missed Spidey's stream last night. I was bummed when I saw that this morning. Damn it. Yeah, but you can always listen to the replay. That's always good. And leave him a comment. He likes comments. He always reads every single one. And so, not to be confused with Up Periscope starring James Garner. Okay. Monroe is a bit of a diva. Yeah, definitely seems that way. Skip U571. The other 570U pictures were more authentic, says McCarthy.
I guess that is true. I haven't seen the other 570 U5s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I miss Grace Lee Whitney, says Power Ranger Donnie. She boldly went where no one, man, woman, went before. Yeah, you would really like her, definitely. She sings too. She does a lot of did some singing also. Gavin Unit says transporters turn you into Muppets now. Even more horrifying. Well, I don't necessarily want to talk about the filth today, but yeah, no, they lampshade it, but it still doesn't make anything better.
Yeah, but hey, John. But like, okay,
oh yeah,
so
hello, John the Beagle Dad.
This is what I understand, and I'm not going to get deep into it. I'm going to try and be as vague as possible. But from what I've heard, is that every episode of Strange New Worlds this season has been a ripoff of like another pop culture property. And so while this is ripping off the Muppets, obviously, is it also ripping off Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like the movie, when they do the improbability drive and they turn into wool people, like little dolls? And it's like, what happened? And like, they're ripping off so much. And so that's,
you could say that.
I'm just like, I've seen things better than this before, and better Star Trek, of course, but like I've seen better improbabilities, and I've seen better Muppet movies. I'm just ignoring it. Go over to my XCOM and check out Rita Moreno and Animal singing Fever.
I feel really like even if you liked this series, you would still hate this episode because there's no value in it, even for the person who might like this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I saw the clip
like this, but yikes.
And you know I love the Muppets.
You do, yeah, that's
But
true.
I saw those and they were like freaky crank Yankers puppets. I was just like, these don't even look good. Also, I can watch the Muppets because I'm an adult who had that as a childhood. It's a nostalgia thing. I don't want to see new puppet franchises. I didn't see the Happy Time Murders. I don't need new puppet things. I have all the puppet things I need in a closet when I watch
It's
those.
also why you won't watch Farscape, and Farscape is amazing.
True story. And maybe I should give that a little bit more of a chance.
So John the Beagle Dad says today is treasure hunt day for the dog. I hide his food to let him sniff it out. I do this once a week. Oh, that's cool. That's really great. Dog, I bet he really appreciates that. Good to give him a hunt. The 70s Star Trek magazine in my latest YouTube short has an article titled The Women of Star Trek. Unfortunately, Grace isn't featured. I was hoping to send you pics of the article if she was. Oh, thank you. Thank you for thinking of us. Just send us something. That is a big oversight to have a Women of Star Trek feature without her. I mean, you gotta have Uhura and Rand in there. Yeah. And Terry Garr refused to discuss her Trek experience or go to conventions. Yeah, they made her skirt too short. Apparently, she did not like that. But I liked her. I loved her performance though.
Yeah, no, I thought she was great. I wish that they had sort of that show, Assignment Earth, as an actual show. That I think that would have been cool. But yeah, I'm sure it's more to do than her hem.
I'd be interested to know.
So,
but she doesn't want to talk about it.
The gossips.
but you're like, I want to know the truth. No, I'm not talking about that. Too horrific, apparently. Sig Valdison says the dinosaur one, all I kept thinking of was the Land of the Lost. Kept expecting slee stacks in every scene. I have not seen Land of the Lost, but that's okay. That makes sense.
Marshall, Will, and Holly.
The Trek reviewer says, hold on. No Muppets in the stream? Unfollow. There was also a puppet episode in the 1960s TV series Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I heard about that. People keep mentioning that. So but that's Irwin Allen. That's Lost in Space creator. That's intentionally a children's show.
Yeah.
Das Boot was a far superior U-boat movie.
Poopas, we only call that one thing. I don't call it Das Boot. I call it When Are These Nazis Going to Die? That's the name of that boat movie.
Can I call that? That should be every World War II movie.
Well, yeah, that's also true. It's true, but you spend so much time with these people in a can.
Oh, but the episode was really bad. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
That's what I've heard.
Muppet Babies. Yes, dude. I loved Muppet Babies when I was a kid.
Yes. But
Muppet Babies did a loving send-up of Star Trek with Captain Kermit of the Second Prize dealing with static Klingons.
I haven't seen the Muppet Babies since I was a child.
Well, we're going to review its parody of Star Trek next week now.
Oh, is that the plan now? All right, sure.
No, I'm joking.
Babies,
that's a good idea, though, for a shore leave in September would be Star Trek parodies.
Yes, I guess.
Maybe?
Sure.
I'll think about it.
We'll make a poll.
So, DVDs are still part of my library. I refuse to get rid of them.
Dude.
Yeah.
I wish I could just post photos. I'm not going to post photos of my stacks.
You know, people might want to see some of them.
Well, we'll get to it eventually. I'm not going to stop right now.
Okay. I don't know what she said, but Sigvaldison said, right on, Scotty.
Thanks.
John the Beagle Dad just ordered hardbacks of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Fitzgerald translations. Those deserve a place in my hardback library, next to my Lord of the Rings library. Absolutely, yes. Definitely essential literature. And culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, James, intellectual.
The
puppets.
intellectual puppets
Oh, wait a minute.
of the Federation.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah,
Come
the
on,
Vulcans,
Klingon
the Klingons.
ambassador.
Yeah. He's an ass.
Do you deny these events? We deny nothing.
Yep. But it's okay. Sarek lays it in on him.
Also, is Rand, is she just in the gallery, or is she like one of the Federation council members?
She's there somewhere. She doesn't have any lines that I could find. I think she was supposed to have a scene with Chapel, but she's just there instead.
Oh, Chapel's not even in the. Oh no, Chapel is in Star Trek 4. Yeah.
Yeah, the one where she's in the cafeteria is Star Trek 3.
Yes. Well,
the Voyage
lounge.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a cafeteria.
It says woman in cafeteria in the credits. It
doesn't
even credit her as Rand.
That's offensive
But
on two levels. I don't think that the Starbase has a cafeteria. I think it has a commissary or a lounge, especially one with a giant window that you get to see all the, like, that's no.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't know why somebody
And
didn't
also-
just say Commander Rand in there or something, or whatever rank they wanted to give her in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, seriously, but she was added later in the production, which is why she wasn't credited properly.
But again, that shows sort of the solidarity that Leonard Nimoy had, because being
They were
the
friends.
director,
Yeah.
and so
She says he
including
basically
her.
saved her life.
She
And-
says that. Okay.
Yeah, she does. Every ship can be a submarine once.
Once.
You're not alone, Franco. Yeah, I feel the same way about Blu-ray and 4K, says Tony. Yeah,
Man,
it's beautiful.
I just got the Batman animated series on Blu-ray, and it comes with a copy of Mask of the Phantasm. So now I have an extra copy of Mask of the Phantasm.
Well, that's good.
It is good. I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You watch it?
Well, I'm going to watch it, but I'm going to keep it like, because again, when you have a collection, you want to get rid of excessive boxes. So there's no point in me having two copies of Mask of the Phantasm.
Yeah, if they don't have different
Special features or anything. Yeah.
So yeah, keep the prettier box then.
Well, yeah. So that'll be the Batman animated series complete box set on Blu-ray. There are commentaries on the Batman Blu-rays.
Donnie mentions the Sesame Street did its own Star Trek parody. And Admiral Nelson. There's an Admiral Nelson puppet. All right. People are interested in that now. Not counting all the American Museum battleships. The HMS Vanguard was the last of the Dreadnought battleships. Cabin unit. So Grace Lee Whitney, huh? We've got that. Here, let's play this.
You been nipping sorry and brandy or something?
Oh, Beauregard knows there's something wrong with that guy.
Yes.
or is it Gertrude? It
was Gertrude. Gertrude.
No, but it's both names because
He is not an inanimate object. He's so animate he makes me nervous. In fact, I keep expecting one of these plants of yours to grab me.
she names the plant Beauregard because she thinks it's a male, and Sulu names it Gertrude, but it's his plant, so it's Gertrude officially. So anyway, yes, it is a puppet in Star Trek.
Yeah. Best puppet episode.
Yes. I knew it. Gavin Unit is really the M5 computer. Well, as long as he knows right and wrong. Let's see.
Wait, you can't say that. Poopas.
What? Why?
Not you. Poopas. The Starfleet HQ cafeteria was famous for its tribble brisket. All right, Poopas. You better be in polar bear character with this. I know it's not a character. You're actually a polar bear. But they made that joke on a short Trex that we could eat tribbles, and everyone collectively said, effing gross, yo. So, no. One of the things about the tribbles is that we do not eat them. They are not chicken McNuggets. We don't shave them and deep fry them.
They didn't even shave them, though, on the bill.
I don't care.
They just poured them furry and all right into the cereal. Oh my God. Anyway, Grace Lee Whitney was born on April 1st, 1930. And of course, she was a singer. She was an actor. She was a songwriter. She was in TV and movies. And of course, Star Trek. And so, but her first name, her birth name was Mary Ann Chase. She was renamed when she was adopted.
Oh.
And so by Gordon and Giba Whitney. And they named her Grace Elaine Whitney. But when she grew up, she decided her stage name should be Grace Lee because Lee sounds much cooler. And so yeah, that's about it. There's apparently when she'd loved to perform ever since she was a baby. She was 3 years old and she would open the refrigerator and she'd take the ice out and she'd perform to the ice, and she thought when they melted that meant that they were very happy to have seen what she did. I don't know. It's really cute. It's really cute idea. She played with what she had, and she also, by the time she was 14, she was even on a radio station, so she was singing on the radio. WJR Detroit radio station.
Oh wow, I didn't know she was. She's a winter baby, Jill. She saw winter all the time.
She also had a lot of range with her singing. She could do soprano, alto, and tenor. And yeah, so she did all that for a while. She also opened for Billie Holiday for a while when she was a teenager. And that's her first experience seeing somebody with some major addiction besides her own, because Holiday was a big heroin addict, and that was something she witnessed as basically a kid just left home.
It's so strange when you go back to like 50s and early 60s stuff. I'm guessing this would have been mid to late 50s for Grace, but how prevalent heroin was in like music. I don't know. I'm always surprised when I hear people talking about heroin. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. It was bad. It was definitely bad. Well, it killed her. Her eventually. So you're right. It's not good. After being Sulu's first officer, says Mark Harkness, I can only hope Rand finally got a command of her own. Oh, I never even thought about her being a captain. That's interesting, Mark Harkness. And
I know she was communications officer, but was she first officer as well? I guess so. Like it's
she was
not going to be
communications
Voltaine.
officer. Oh, she wasn't. She was first officer. She was definitely communications, but I don't know if she was the first officer either.
I guess we'll find out when we watch Flashback, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, she was.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely commander. Yes. Yeah, and obviously coming up from Yeoman, there was a lot of, like, most people get to start at ensign or cadet to ensign, but she had to do Yeoman. So yeah, there's some steps in between that we missed.
And Wesley,
she's really portrayed as the first officer, says Mark. All right.
Wesley never even went to Starfleet Academy before he was doing stuff.
Acting ensign Wesley Crusher. That's
like Rand.
He did get special treatment. Yeah, that's right. Well, Wesley made it there eventually. Yeah. Before he went off into other planes of existence.
Or maybe Rand, like, I don't know how the yeoman rank structures. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure there are other people.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's too
Okay,
bad
so
that she...
if we take away the comments for a little bit,
Okay.
we see this picture right here. You see this? She's in a mermaid costume here. And the reason why she's in a mermaid costume with a wand is because she was, before she was on Star Trek, she was the mermaid mascot for the Chicken of the Sea from in 1952. And the model, the original cartoon drawing is modeled after Grace Lee Whitney. So she's she's the mermaid on the can.
That's
And the
awesome.
mask, yeah, it is pretty awesome. They didn't name it after her though, because in 2014 they named the mermaid Catalina.
Grace
But
Lee
still
Tuna.
amazing. That's how I'm gonna see it from now on. I'm not gonna think of Catalina. I'm gonna think of Grace. And so that's pretty fun. I like that story a lot.
Well, as she gets deeper into
Mhm.
her career, I kind of liken her to the same sort of difficulties that Marilyn Monroe had in terms of uh, drinking and pills and slights by coworkers and whatnot. But
Well,
I'm
the drinking was since she was 13. The pills was because she was told by the staff that she was a little overweight, and they even suggested she go to her doctor and get diet pills. And so
so
she
she's kind
did.
of like Carrie Fisher as well.
There you are. Yeah. Yeah, because she was strictly, because when she saw Billie Holiday doing heroin, she didn't want to do all these other drugs. She was strictly a alcoholic, a pure, but then
What was it?
the
What was
the
the
diet pills
anecdote?
changed that.
The way you paraphrased it, it's like, no, get that stuff away with me. I'll just stick with the booze.
Yeah,
I'm fine
yeah.
over here with the
She's like,
booze.
I don't need that. I've got my gin.
Yeah,
Is basically what her idea was.
which is devil gin.
Yeah. Well, and her very first liquor was Southern Comfort when she was a teenager. And hello in the chat to Empire State Rail fan. It's fun to work, lurk, and go to school simultaneously. Wow, you're doing it all. I don't know if I could multitask that well. Well done, Empire State Rail fan. Shut up, Wesley says Snortapoopas Cuber. Well, you said the thing, so I don't have a choice now. So I've got to.
Sir, I know this may finish me as an acting ensign, but...
Shut up, Wesley.
And so then we also have Mark Harkness here also saying, Yeoman is technically a rate, not a rank, but usually an enlisted role. She presumably earned Kirk's sponsorship for officer candidate school. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. To start somewhere.
Well, and it doesn't.
Tuna are tasty, just saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah, tuna are tasty. But yeah, no, it just reminds me also in terms of the officer streams and enlisted and the confusion with O'Brien, but I know Yeoman is an actual rating, if you will. Thank you, Mark. So yeah, I just don't know necessarily how it works or how it works on a starship.
Yeah, I didn't know myself that it was a rate. We never saw a first officer in the episode's flashback, so we're assuming it's Rand who was the commander when she served on the Excelsior.
Which
I
I'm
like
totally,
that. You know what?
yeah,
Let's go with that.
I'm totally fine with that because what was it? Spock was the first officer, and then he was also science officer, and so you're allowed to hold two positions, and so yeah.
So her very first, I guess it was a movie. She was uncredited as Miss Holland in the film Top Banana, which was the first role she was in. What did she do in that?
She was uncredited as Anyway.
Yeah, no, but first she was in the Broadway show before she appeared in the movie version. Is okay. Yeah, and she loved stage performance so much that she was happy if the TV show was filmed live. And it was more exciting for her than recorded. Also in a week, Power Morphicon 2026 says Power Ranger Donnie. I'm glad you're excited about that. And then she did the pajama game. I wish I knew more about these things, but I don't know what that is.
I've heard of the
It
pajama
is
game.
Janice Page is somebody she understudied with, is all I'm sure about that. So she learned a lot. So every time she was on the set somewhere, she'd be paying attention to not just acting, but how the film is being made, what every single person is doing. So she was always very curious.
Well, it sounds similar to the way sort of Susan Oliver was curious and very ambitious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she also performed as Lucy Brown in the Three Penny Opera, and she liked that. It was one of her stage experiences. She dyed her hair dark, and she had to gain 20 pounds for the role, and she liked that one. And then, of course, we come to Some Like It Hot, as you've mentioned already, with Marilyn Monroe. I had a lot of fun. There's some cross-dressing in the movie, and some humor regarding that.
There is. It's true. I can't argue.
I've not seen it, but I saw some of the pictures. It looks like fun. Yeah. So let's see. She also was in Irma La Douce as Kiki the Cossack.
Irma La Douche.
Okay. I don't know do you know what this is?
I've heard of Irma La Douche. I don't know. And I don't even know if it's pronounced douche, but
this is
maybe deuce.
She says this is one of her favorites that she did, but I'm not even sure.
It's a famous play. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Billy Wilder. Oh yeah, because ever since she worked on Some Like It Hot. Billy Wilder liked her, took a liking to her, and started trying to get her as much work as he possibly could.
Having Billy Wilder in your corner as well is a huge feather.
I forget something about what she did made him like her. I forget what it was. If
her slightly less than blonde hair.
No, I think it was that he might have propositioned her and she turned him down, and so he appreciated that. Like he rewarded that. I think that's what it was. Is that what it is?
What year was that?
The year was.
I always think Some Like It's Hot is way earlier than it is.
Oh, Some Like It Hot is before that, but.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. I got that's 1959.
Yeah. See, for some reason, I just think that Some Like It Hot is way older. It's not.
I think that was Billy. It could be somebody else. Somebody liked her turning them down and gave her and helped her out with the roles and stuff, thinking she was more virtuous than she thought she was. I wonder if it was James Kirk that sponsored his former yeoman for officer candidate school. That would be cool.
Oh no, yeah. It was Pike who says, "I can't believe that the command gave me a female yeoman." So it could have been Kirk. Could have been Kirk okay with it.
Yeah, Kirk's just kind of annoyed by it a little bit. Just in one episode.
But they did slowly develop sort of an interplay between Rand and Kirk, and so it is an unresolved thing. But then they did the same thing, like if you think back to the first season of Next Generation, in the Riker Q episode, they tried to do something like that with Picard and Tasha for some weird reason. So
no, I like to try to forget about that one and just think of it as a cautionary tale.
Well, it's just
So,
yeah, no, and I understand.
before Star Trek, her
yeah.
Okay, so she was also in The Outer Limits. I need to see this episode. She was in one of the only funny, outwardly comedic episode called Controlled Experiment.
What season?
And it says Controlled Experiment. It doesn't say the season. Let's see.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Outer Limits. I can find it too, but because I got I got it all here.
I've got a season of. I don't have the full set for Outer Limits, but I do have.
You have season 1?
No, I don't think so. Let me go
it's
check.
Season 1.
Okay,
it's season 1 because it's season 1, episode 16. She plays Carla Duveen, and apparently, she played alongside Carol Connor and Barry Morse. And I've got to see this episode definitely.
All right, I'm gonna go check and see if I have it. I'll be back in a second. Is that okay? Okay.
That's fine. So Captain's Yeoman has an involved understanding of Starship Command. Yes, that makes sense. I mean, working right with Kirk. And makes the captain dietary salad and coffee. Yeah, no, that's what annoys Captain Kirk is that Yeoman Rand follows the dietary orders for Kirk given by Dr. McCoy. Dr. McCoy will put Kirk on the diet, and Rand will make sure it is carried out. To Captain Kirk's chagrin, I'm sure. That definitely happens. And she was also in a bunch of westerns: The Rifleman, Gunsmoke, Death Valley Days, The Virginian, Wagon Train, The Untouchables, 77 Sunstrip. I just have a list. Oh, but also Bewitched, The Real McCoys, and others. Yeah, Bewitched is, I don't think that's a western, but whatever. So she's also a spam filter. Yes. Let's see. I think Trek Reviewer says I think Tasha Yar was the only reoccurring female character that appeared more than twice that did not sleep with Riker. Yeah, only Data. And the only one to sleep with Data. Wait a minute. When did Riker sleep with Beverly? I don't remember that. You know what? I don't pay attention because Riker's just all over everybody. Whoever wants to take advantage of Riker probably can. Is what is evident about that character. He likes to be dominated. Anyway, you know, Gracie Whitney did a lot of early work here. Bewitched, of course, as we mentioned, The Rifleman. Some people like that show. Oh, she was also on Batman, which is fun. She played a character called Neela, an assistant to King Tut. Oh, I've seen pictures of that. Let's get a picture of that. I want that one. And Grace. Well, the only problem with this is it does take a second, but I want to see. They're fun pictures, so it's going to be worth this 15 seconds. And let's just share the entire screen. No. We'll remove. We'll make it like this. There we are. And so that's from Batman, evidently. Oh, and she gets tied up in this episode too with a ribbon. Interesting. Well, anyway, there she was in Batman. Dr. Crusher didn't sleep with Riker either. Yeah, that's what I thought. Started poop, so I was like, I remember that episode. Bewitched is a comedy about a witch, not a western. That's what I thought. That's what I thought too. I got my list mixed up. I just like copied lists and I thought I knew what I was doing, but then I realized, hey, wait a second, I didn't put this in the right spot. Oh, Scotty has something. Let's look at what Scotty has. And see the Outer Limits. Look at that.
Volume 1. And can you see it? Where is it? Controlled Experiment. Is it backwards? It's backwards. But
it's backwards. Yeah, why are you backwards?
I don't know.
Being backwards.
I can't. So yeah, no, that's fun. See, these great. DVDs aren't just on shelves for me to sit there and say, what a pretty rack you've got. Wait, phrasing. They also contain episodes of classic film.
Oh my God, I forgot about this. Riker slept with Dr. Crusher when he had the Trill symbiote inside him, yes. And his dad slept with Dr.
Pulaski. Yeah.
Oh my God, I totally forgot. Yeah, okay. The Trek reviewer knows his stuff regarding who Riker slept with. It's all because Riker couldn't keep it in his pants that the entire crew were almost taken over by the aliens who gave everybody addictive video games headsets.
You swipe right once on Ryza and you never get to live it down.
Yes. Wait, what are we feeding? Be careful feeding Sort of Poopus. What are you feeding? Oh, just a fish. That's okay. That's okay, Franco. Never mind.
You can unbigify me.
Oh yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, I talked about her being on Batman, and then of course we can just skip right over to Star Trek. What?
Like 60s Batman?
Yeah, 60s Batman. She was Nelia, the assistant to King Tut. I even put up a picture and everything. You'll have to look up the picture on your own because I already showed it.
That's fine.
Yes. It looks fun. So yeah. So, oh right, okay. So the story of how she got on Star Trek was because she first met Roddenberry on The Lieutenant, and he cast her as the female lead in his other TV pilot, The Police Story. That did not get picked up, but he liked her, so he brought her on to Star Trek. She was Sergeant Lily Monroe in The Police Story. Yeah. And she says, I was thrilled when Gene beamed me aboard. I didn't fully realize it at the time, but my life had just taken a sharp turn in a totally new direction. The suggestion, okay, so this was a suggestion by, I don't know if it was Bob Justman or if it was Herb Solo, but they wrote a book inside Star Trek. This is another, because when people get it wrong, she's apparently not afraid to tell them they got it wrong. The suggestion that Gene Roddenberry put me in Star Trek because of a previous relationship is flatly false. So if you read that anywhere, it's not true. So Whitney insisted, I never had a romantic relationship with Gene Roddenberry before Star Trek, during Star Trek, or after Star Trek. And
all right.
Yeah.
So there's one person we can take off of the list.
Yeah. And if you read the story, as we're going to talk about it later, it makes sense why people put him in that, because it sounds like him. But is he the only person who doesn't believe in monogamy in Hollywood? Seriously, people think that. Anyway.
Well, yeah. No, I know, but also, like, I do it myself, even though I have the utmost respect and admiration for Gene. But I still, like, I acknowledge the gossips. And so, and also, I'm a big fan of Pretty Maids All in a Row. And that is just like, I'm going to write something that is representative of moving into more adult and mature storytelling. And it's like, this is the most 13-year-old boy thing I've ever heard. And so, when it's like, okay, Gene has a reputation, it's nice good that Grace goes to bat and says, no, I know what you're thinking, not him. So,
yeah, and she doesn't specifically say it's not him, but this is how she does it in a roundabout kind of way. So you have to read into it and everything. she does say that he made passes, innuendos, and the whole 9 yards, but I wanted to keep our relationship on a professional basis, and essentially that's what it was the entire time.
That's the Gene I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But flirting with somebody is way different than the story we're going to hear later.
Yeah. Well, terrified.
Yes. One is oh, he's a whatever. I don't know what word you want to call him, but the other one is a monster. And so let's see what's going on. Whitney remembered Roddenberry's description of Janice Rand. She would be Gunsmoke's Miss Kitty to Matt Dillon. And I never saw Gunsmoke.
I'm familiar with it enough, though. I know that there are a lot of people who are, especially who are watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I know you guys are here, and I know that you're fans of those classic television shows. The chat has been lighting up with the Lieutenant. And yeah, they're like Have Gun Will Travel, Wanted Dead or Alive, and Gunsmoke. The Waltons is later. And Rawhide. Like there's so many of those Westerns that were so prevalent during the 50s and 60s. And so, yeah, it makes sense that the sort of correlative relationship on Star Trek would be referenced as something. You know how these two actors act on Gunsmoke? It's like that, but in space.
Yeah. It's I guess a bit of an inspiration of a relationship on TV that he liked. So it was the captain could confide in her, be warmed by her, and secretly love her, but he would never openly admit his deep feelings, not even to himself. Roddenberry told her, because of your duty, you can never openly express your attraction toward him. There will always be an undercurrent of suppressed sexuality between you that will come out in very subtle ways. You're to be as beautiful as you can be and as effective as you can be, and you are to love the captain. And yeah, so
which would inevitably lead to like an episode where they're both trapped on a planet and they have like some kind of mind link or something. I don't know, something ridiculous and outlandish like that.
Ridiculous and outlandish like that? That seems to remind me of a Next Generation episode.
Oh, right.
With Beverly and Picard. That was the closest they got to consummating that relationship. In real Star Trek,
no, they had a kid.
In real Star Trek, anyway. I said in
all
real.
Right, all right.
There's no Jack.
Well, yeah, there is a Jack Crusher.
Grace Lee Whitney was, she was on. Was she on The Lieutenant? I don't know. I think she might have been on set, but she was in the police story, but I'm not sure. Did she make it to The Lieutenant? Let's see. It should show up here. No, she was just around. She just ended up in that circle somehow. I can't seem to find her a credit. Yeah, she could have been on set. Lieutenant is available on DVDs. It's definitely worth getting. And hail to Lord Thoth, security officer.
Hey, Thoth.
Gary Lockwood played the main character in The Lieutenant.
Yes. Yep. He's still kicking too, I think. Like, good for Gary.
Yeah.
He doesn't look great, but he's still with us.
Well, when if you're old, then that is something that happens.
Yeah, but come on. And like, I think of Gary Lockwood and I think of two other people. Keir Lee from 2001. And Keir Lee looks like an old man, but he looks like, yeah, you're a healthy-ish old man. And then you look at Shatner and you're like, okay, you bought your Fountain of Youth. Good for you. And then you see Gary Lockwood and you're like, oh yeah, that's what an old guy looks like. Pull up a picture of Gary Lockwood in 2025. I'm not even going to say that we have to watch him in 2026.
That's okay. That's okay. I want to remember him as he was and where no man has gone before. If you
Agreed.
If you would indulge me that
Silver
joy, at least for today.
Yes, I will not.
The painful eyes.
Yes.
This is why Kirk did not want a female yeoman. He did not want to cross the line with a vital colleague, and he knows his nature. He's trying to police his own behavior. Yeah, that's true too. And you could argue that is a reason why they wrote her out, but that's going to be a whole huge debate. But there's another smaller debate here that I'm going to talk about in a second regarding the miniskirts. And hello to Scooby Pup.
Hey, Scoob.
There's according to Google, I'm not sure if I want to trust that. I'm kidding. Grace Lee Whitney appeared in an episode of the 1964 television series The Lieutenant after working with its creator Gene Roddenberry. This collaboration led Roddenberry to later cast her as Yeoman Janice Rand. Do you know what episode or what she, because I can't find, it's not listed on IMDb, but that doesn't mean she wasn't in like a background actor or something. And if that website doesn't show it, it probably was a background acting thing and he just, she caught his eye and he hired her again until she ended up on Star Trek, which would make sense. A few other Star Trek stars appeared in Lieutenant as well. Yes, this is you, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a promotional photo. Actually, this one right here, this very photo right here. This one. See how she was meant to be a main character right here, right in the middle of Kirk and Spock. And they have flashlights because I guess the phasers aren't ready yet. Or something. I don't know. Some kind of weird weapons. I was going to look up what those weapons are. I'm sure they're from some other production, NBC production, but I don't know what they are. But anyway, she's in pants, and she had a problem with this. So she said, I told Gene, you're covering up my best part, my dancer's legs. Rand should wear a skirt, a short one. And he liked the idea, but it wasn't his idea or even Bill Dice's idea. Bill Dice, of course, the costume customer, and although it was their idea how short that skirt turned out. Okay, so this comes from what book? What book am I reading from? So you know, These Are the Voyages by Mark Cushman. It was no accident. She wasn't going to. Okay, wait. So what's going on? Nichelle used to let her skirt sneak up a bit while she sat at the communication station. That was no accident. She wasn't going to be outlegged by me. I had no idea. Nichelle Nichols and Grace Lee Whitney had skirt contests in the middle of the episodes. That is so funny.
Yeah, but also, like, just to take a step behind the curtain for a second, that is something. Like, while she says, and not accusatorily, just matter-of-factly, that all the women who were backups to Marilyn Monroe wanted their hair to be less blonde.
Mm-hmm.
Because she didn't want to be upstaged by her backup dancers or whatever. And so now it does make sense. It's like, okay, I do want to be seen on screen. So show the people what they came here to see, which is my dancer's legs. And then Michelle's there and she's like, well, I'm not going to be upstaged by anybody else's legs. I got great legs. So yeah, no, it makes sense. Don't forget, every star wants the spotlight.
They had a lot in common, so I think they were friends on set. They were both singers and dancers.
Friendly competition, sure.
Yeah, it was friendly competition, definitely. And it had Grace stayed on the show, would have been neat to see a bit more of that. Anyway, of course, okay, we had the police story. Oh, DeForest Kelley was also in that. Okay, and then
again, another long running relationship between Gene and an actor.
Definitely. And
positive one. Yeah.
Concerning the promotion of Star Trek, besides that photo I just showed you from the book, there was also a interview conducted by Barbara Walters with Leonard Nimoy, and she was there, and unfortunately I couldn't find a video of this interview. I was like, Barbara Walters and Grace Lee Whitney. I need to find
it. Because Leonard Nimoy never said that he would smack his wife. That's a reference to a Sean Connery interview with. Never mind.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay.
Thank you for the explanation because I didn't know what you're talking about. But yeah, Sylvia's here. Hello, Sylvia. At 2 Tunic, says Max Redstone. And Gary Lockwood played Lieutenant William Tiberius Rice, USMC. Gene Roddenberry seemed to like the name Tiberius. Tiberius was a problematic Roman emperor. Yeah, he did like that name. There was no mention of the lieutenant in Grace Lee Whitney's wiki page, nor her IMDb. So I prefer to, well, it might be in here somewhere. Every other Star Trek book has a PDF that I could find, or it has an actual ebook I could buy. Not this one. This one is only available via print, and I can't control.
Don't throw it. Don't get mad at it. Don't get mad at it.
I'm not mad. I just can't search it. Like I can search these things in other respects.
Well, but that's great.
No smacking, Max. Anyway.
Hey, Max.
Oh, there is a story about that a little later. I want to go in order though. There's some smacking involved in this live stream.
You're not going to smack me, are you?
You're a little far. But no, I don't feel like doing that yet anyway.
Oh, I thought you meant far away from the microphone. You mean too far to smack. Okay. Yeah, geographically. Yeah. I get it.
Mm-hmm. And no, it's not to do with you. And so, of course, we also have her hair. William Tice is here. Oh, and Max has offered to smack you, though. Try reading it, Jill. Oh, I did read it, but I can't remember all the page numbers. Like, you want me to have a photographic memory? Like, okay. Anyway, no, I'm not gonna. It's bad for me to read while live streaming. Sashi popped in to hit the like. It's 1 a.m. and I have to get up at 7 tomorrow. Oh, thanks for taking us to bed with you tonight, Sashi. And I hope
Jill,
you sleep well.
You should just stop, and now that Sashi's going to sleep, just read the book to us.
Okay. I'll start at the Star Trek. Okay. No.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Once upon a time, there was a young woman in Detroit.
I don't know. I keep teasing it. So I remember the waiting. I remember sitting at home with my 2 kids, hoping that phone would ring with the news that I was going to be a star. I'd pinned my hopes to the police story pilot. I didn't even know what Star Trek was. So when the phone rang and I heard my agent's voice, my heart jumped into my throat. Grace, I've got great news. Oh my gosh, I screamed in his ear. They sold the police story pilot. No, Grace. They never turned it down. No? My dream of stardom fell to the floor and was shattered into a million pieces. Then what's this so-called great news of yours? And it had better be good. Oh, it's good, all right. Gene Roddenberry liked you very much in Police Story, and he wants to put you in another show, a new show he just sold to NBC. It's called Star Trek. Star Trek? What's it about? It's sci-fi, you know, rocket ships and bug-eyed monsters. Roddenberry wants to see you in his office tomorrow. And that's all I'll read. You know, I could just sit here and just read. The entire rest of the live stream is just me reading this. Anyway. Good night to Sashi. I hope you enjoyed the bedtime story. Then I'll do my best Lucian and tell him there will be no vaccine and no Lieutenant Yar.
Okay, 3 things.
Yes.
Actually, just 2 things. The man's name was Lutan.
Lutan, whatever.
What do you mean, whatever?
I don't remember.
No vaccine. No Lieutenant Yar.
No vaccine and no Lieutenant Yar.
That should have been a first original series episode, and it should have been no vaccine and no Yeoman Rand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and a few Star Trek stars did appear in the Batman anime series. Yes, like
Oh yeah,
Diana Muldaur was an actual doctor. Yes, that's funny.
and Michael and
Rocket ships
Sarah.
and bug-eyed monsters.
Yeah,
Yeah, that her agent had no idea what Star Trek was going to be.
neither did what's her face, Lucille Ball.
Oh yeah, she thought it was a show about celebrities.
She thought it was the
Star Trek.
boat.
Yeah. No, that turned out to be the Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yes, that's true.
Hold on.
Yeah, it would be funny if you wanted to do the parody Shore Leave, like all the Saturday Night Live Star Trek skits would be kind of funny to do.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to come up with a list for September. We'll work on that.
Yes.
So, in order to so her hair is that's not all her real hair. Some of it's her real hair, obviously, but some of it is a wig. Did anybody know that? Was it really her hair? I know that everybody knows this was part wig. I just thought it would be funny to explain that. You have to build this thing, and she says that she was a cone head, and so because they literally did, they put a cone on top of her hair from two separate wigs were put on it, and they had to weave it together.
Oh yeah. But also, like, it's iconic. And when you go to conventions now and you see the ladies in original series miniskirt uniforms, and the ones who have the beehives are always the one pulling it off the best.
Yeah. I was lazy. I just did, I saw an ensign with the side ponytail. I was like, I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna like put a cone on my head. That's too much work. So yes, I will give a lot of props to a lady who spends the time to do all of that. That is a lot of work.
The 60s updo.
It takes professionals half an hour to do it. So fans it probably takes them at least an hour at the least.
I don't know. I just have to shave my sideburns into points.
Yeah, guys got it a little easier. But then, yeah, that's not a problem either, because no one's gonna realize that's anything different in reality. No one's gonna say, "Hey, why are your sideburns pointy?"
Oh no, I've done it before, and then people have said, "Hey, Scott, did you do Captain Kirk sideburns on purpose?" And I was like, "You noticed."
Oh, somebody noticed. That's great.
Sure.
Holy crap. Well, and that person became your best friend.
It was just a nice compliment. We never spoke again.
Oh man. Well, that's nice too. Compliments from strangers are also valuable.
Yes.
Let's see what Mark says here. Mark says, Yeoman Rand was supposed to be the lead in Dagger of the Mind before they rewrote it for Helen Noel. Yes, that's right. That's true. Yeoman Tamura in A Taste of Armageddon was supposed to be Rand holding a phaser. Oh, I didn't catch that one. I knew about Dagger of the Mind because that's a big one. That's a big one where she was rewritten while she was still on the show. And that was just the beginning of the end for her. Then she didn't even think anything of it because apparently also James Doohan was rewritten out of the show. So being written out of the show wasn't necessarily a sign you were going to be canned from the show. It just happens because of creative decisions. But it was unfortunately the beginning of the end that she did not get to go to that particular Christmas party.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, but I'm glad that Helen Noel, I'm glad that the sort of will they, won't they constant, I don't know, flirtatious nature between Kirk and Rand. I'm glad that sort of petered out. Like, I care about Yeoman Rand for the contributions that she presented, but I have no desire to see Kirk continue dancing around and Rand dancing around trying not to be boyfriend girlfriend for Star Trek. I think I would become frustrated with that.
They didn't have to. It was just there. It was naturally there. They had good chemistry. I don't think it was a problem. I don't think that it bogged anything down.
Yeah, but Dagger of the Mind makes it so that there
But
is some sort of
that's true.
romance
That's true.
baked
Okay,
in.
I'll give you Dagger of the Mind that it was good she was rewritten out of that because you don't want them to have a past.
Right. Well, you just don't want that. It's like it was one night, Janice. It's like, no, come on, shut up. And also, don't forget, like stupid.
Well, in my mind, I wanted to be like Emma Peel and John Steed.
Yeah,
that's in my mind. that's what I wanted them to evolve into.
But also, like, I do have to give her the biggest credit in the world, like for Enemy Within, just in terms of her acting prowess and dealing with such a situation, and like that was sort of progressive to be able to show an essay. I'm gonna do the YouTube talk, but the essay victim in primetime television in 1966, like that's highlighting something that can happen. And so, and then eventually whatever reality crashed into that. So
unfortunately, The Enemy Within was a foreshadowing of reality. It was yes, and that, and it's uncomfortable to watch even in that episode. It's Shatner's performance was really scary. Like when she runs behind that easel, I'm like, God, somebody save her. But she does fight back. She scratches him.
Yes.
She scratches him, and then the crew come to her rescue eventually.
But then everybody says, because then Goodkirk shows up and he's like, it wasn't me. It was you, sir. And
it was, yeah. Well, and there's a whole thing with that. What's that? So they were supposed to, yeah. So I think she even got some bruises from performing that scene because she was on those diet pills and she was so skinny.
Hey,
and
Brogu.
So
and
in
Sylvia.
that scene when they're with Goodkirk, hello Brogu in the chat, and Sylvia again, when they're discussing that, when they're in with Goodkirk and the others trying to figure that out, Grace Lee Whitney says that she was having trouble. She was able to cry, but she wasn't able to say her lines or something. And so William Shatner slapped her. So that's where the smacking comes in that I was mentioning before. Like, I don't know how hard he hit her, but for whatever it was, that gave her the right emotion that she needed to perform the scene, and she got it on the first take.
It's Hollywood's such a weird beast, because like you see stuff and you hear stuff about the production, and then you sort of look at it through a modern lens. It's like, don't beat your actors, which sounds completely normal, but in the middle of a take, someone is going to have to slap someone, and there has to be some sort of agreement between the two performers as to whether or not it's like, okay, so I'll move quick so you don't smack my face because I got a lot of more takes and close-ups to do today, so I don't want a red mark. Or if, okay, this is the last shot of the day, if you actually want to smack me, we'll call it a day. All right, super. And so there are methods in which actors are physically enticed or physically motivated into the emotional state of their performances. Hopefully it's consensual, but then you project it and you look back at like 1960, and it's like, no, sometimes someone is just going to yell in your face to try and evoke an emotion. You're going to be pissed off. You're going to do it. And then the other person is going to come up to you afterwards and be like, yeah, you know that? Sorry about that. Just thought it would help. And then everybody moves on with their day. And it's like, that was a really good performance. So there's some messed up stuff that goes on in that world to be able to evoke the kind of emotional responses that are expected to be believable on screen. Or at least that's the way that I perceive it as a person who's been paying attention to performance over the history of cinema and not over, theater. because plays.
Yeah, and that's a pretty uncomfortable one. I don't want to think about, somebody hitting somebody to get a good performance out of them. That's not right.
But William Friedkin has admitted to doing it. Stanley Kubrick has. It's well documented.
But
in
Shatner
terms
wasn't
of
even the director.
Oh no, but whatever. It's Bill. Like it's gonna
just
be.
helping.
He's the star of the show, so I'm sure that Burt Reynolds probably smacked someone at some point. Like and any kind of. That's why I say actors. I'm not just saying
he's such a hypocrite because later on he tells Charlie X there's no right way to hit a woman.
Yeah, that's right. Oh no, actors, hypocrites. Never occurred to me.
Well, anyway, let's see what the chat is doing. We talked about some good stuff there. James Caserta says guest starring Bob. What? Shatner was not the only toupee wearer. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we do have other wigs on board the Enterprise. Although I don't know if Shatner was toupee or plugs or what he did. I don't know what he did. That was a dumb episode and more than a little bit racist. Yeah, because they were supposed to be lizards.
Well, that would make the lovemaking between Lutan and Yar to be very difficult.
Yeah,
because lizards have cloaca.
Who is Shatner's toupee runner? No, James Caserta. I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen him without his toupee, so I don't know if I believe any of this. Everybody's always telling me it's true, but it's like I gotta believe it because everybody says it, right?
I still stand by whatever his hair care and maintenance system is. Well, I don't care.
It's great. It works. Yeah, it looks good. Whatever he did, good job.
I'm just saying. When he's swimming out of the Botany Bay in the San Francisco Harbor in Star Trek 4, I'm just saying that is not a bald man. Thinning hair, maybe.
It doesn't
look
good. It doesn't look fake to me. It looks real. It flows in the water very naturally.
Yes.
Hello, Old Man Bird. I hope you're having. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Friday, but you too as well. Was Rand from the planet Remulak, like the Coneheads?
Yes. Rand actually had a buzz cut. That's what that was.
Yes. Just swinging by to say hi. Off today, did some things around the countryside and going to take a nap. Oh, are you going to nap listening to us or just turn us off and go to sleep? Well, however you sleep best, Tim. Thanks for checking in.
Enjoy the siesta.
Very nice. And just stopping by to say hi and encourage everyone to enjoy their weekend. Bye, says Brooke. Oh, I didn't realize your visit was a hello and goodbye. Hello and goodbye, Brogu. Grace Lee Whitney's final episode was a brief appearance in Conscience of the King. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Okay, so we can talk about that one too.
Well, I would say that like Conscience of the King. Or Conscience of the King and Alternative Factor are my two least watched first season episodes. So,
Conscience of the King is a much better episode than Alternative Factor, but I don't rewatch.
No argument. But it's I don't know. Conscience of the King is one of those episodes where it's like this is a drama. And it takes place on a spaceship, and it's like, all right, it's good because it talks about a bunch of stuff, but there's no, I don't think it's more of just I don't want to say bottle episode because they do build sets on the planet when they pick it up, and they have the guy who has the half face and everything like that, and so I'm not mad at the episode, I don't watch it because it's just sort of procedural.
It's mostly just a morality tale. What would you do if you were stuck in this difficult situation where you can't get supplies and you have to decide who lives and who dies and what's the proper way to do that and the difficulty in that, and then it inspired the Simpsons to name one of their aliens after
well, and it's also great backstory and character development for Jim Kirk.
Yeah, and there's some good speeches in there, but you're right, it's just kind of like it's there anyway. Conscious of the King. She doesn't have any lines in that episode. I wonder if Rand would have made it a more enjoyable episode. We'll never know. She had a lot of lines, a few lines in that episode that were cut, obviously. She has no lines in the one we get. All she does is give just she just looks jealous at her. And let's see. Then we have yeah, so it was just barely a cameo that she has in that one. Lenore, that's her name. And
Nevermore.
she was So there was a little more about that. That was her final day, obviously. And so let's see.
Excuse me for just one moment.
Sure. Whitney says, I vividly remember how horrible and humiliated I felt going in to shoot that final 6-second walk-on, knowing that my Star Trek career was already over. And she also says something a little more disturbing. By that time, I had already been written out of the show. I did the scene sober because she always did. So we will talk about her drinking, but she was always sober on set while she was performing, while she was acting. And by that time I had been written out of the show. I did the scene sober, but after shooting my walk-on, I went out to the liquor store, bought a bottle of wine, and brought it back to my dressing room. That day I drank. I couldn't deal with the fact that I wasn't going to be on the show anymore, so I drank to anesthetize the pain. That was the only time I ever brought a bottle onto the studio lot. And this is from The Longest Trek, My Tour of the Galaxy. So this is from the book. And yeah, that's what happened that day when she did her final walk-on scene. And hello to Ron Donafaro. Ron Donafaro. Hey, it was fun talking to you last night about sliders with Price of Reason. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you're doing well today and enjoy whatever you have planned. Yeah. Good to see you. She wanted to get off the airplane, calm down, get a hold of yourself, says Jim. There are 2 ways of dealing with the hysterical woman, says Max Redstone. A kiss or a slap. Well, it's a little disturbing. Effort provides a good result, but now everyone is a crybaby, says A Good Place. Ron Donafaro says, if you pay me enough, you can smack me. Dustin Hoffman slapped Meryl Streep in Kramer versus Kramer. I guess we could find a list of everybody who got hit in the name of art. The Bounty, not Botany Bay, or the Botany 500. Says Mark Harkness. Riker would say, "Wow, I haven't done cloaca before." Oh dear, I think I have a mosquito in the house, and now my back is itchy. So sorry. Tough crowd today, Jill says. Empire State Rail fan. Oh, let's see what's going on in the Rumble chat. There's a lot of chat here. Low Spec Linux Gaming was here. I'm sorry I missed you. Low Spec went to go play. And Gavin Blackburn is in the Rumble chat. And Matt G's in the Rumble chat. Empire State Rail fans here too. Let's see if we can read more of these. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jill, this is your reminder to raid. That's my Rumble bot reminding me to raid later. It's fun to work, lurk, and go to school simultaneously. I did read that one earlier. The latter half would be this stream. And so let's see. Empire State Rail fan says they play reruns of most of these shows most days on MeTV and sometimes FETV here. Scotty just wants to show off. Yeah, he did. He showed off Outer Limits, but that was relevant because Grace Lee Whitney stars in an episode. So I was okay with the showing off. Ooh, night streams. I might sneak into one of those. Yeah, we do have those sometimes. We will have one this Saturday. Speaking of nighttime streams, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Central Time. We'll have a little shore leave. And so glad you're here, Empire State Rail fan, and hello to Phantom Monk. Great to see you too. And yes, he is. And having a blast. And hello to Coffee Crew Gaming. Woo! yeah. So I gotta remember to check in on our Rumble friends over there. She was jealous of Lenore. Yeah, she just gave her a jealous look. That's all she could do. But Grace Lee Whitney's such a great actress that she said a lot just with that look. She was professional right up to the last bit of what she had to do as Janice Rand, and she was that's commendable and understandable that afterwards she went to go get a bottle of wine.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back. I saw her at a convention once. I wanted to approach her, but she floated like an angel with an aura around her. Aww.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, you could have told her that. She would have liked to hear that.
Oh, dude, it reminds me of the time I saw Carrie Fisher and was like, I got to stay away from that chick. She'll chew you up. Oh, there she goes. She's a man.
Yeah, unless you got like a pack of smokes you want to give her.
Wow, yeah. Dude, she was married to Paul Simon. I can't compete with Paul Simon.
Oh. And Mark says to Gavin, you made the same argument with Thanos. Unfortunately, it looks like the MCU is leaning in that direction, wiping out realities as a regrettable necessity.
Oh no, yeah. It's almost like the comic book movies are becoming like the comic books. Convoluted.
Oh dear. Okay. So let's see what else we have here.
Yeah.
Right. So we jump around a little bit because of Conscience of the King. So then I had to find where I am again. So I gotta find my bookmark.
Okay.
Anytime I jump around my notes. And that'll take just a minute. Of course, her first episode that she filmed was the Corbomite maneuver. And so she says, and that's what we mentioned earlier. Somebody mentioned giving Kirk his diet food, and that's what she does, as ordered by Dr. McCoy.
And also
said, your weight was up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But we also get the sexy massage as well.
The sexy massage?
Yeah, remember where Kirk gets the massage and then he's like, "That's it, harder!" And then he turns around and sees that it's Yeoman Rand.
He thought, but was it Rand? I think it was somebody else.
Oh, I thought it was Rand.
Because he wanted it to be Spock. He thought it was Spock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't think it was Rand though. Let's see.
Maybe I'm mixing up my yeomans.
But you might be right. It was in Shore Leave? Was that? Yeah. Tanya Barrows.
Oh.
Yeah, and she's in that episode. But it should have been Rand. She was supposed to be in Shore Leave, so that's another one. That's another one where Shore Leave was supposed to be one of the other yeomen. But which one? Yeah, she was supposed to be Barrows, but Barrows took the place of Rand, unfortunately, in that one. So after her firing, it was essentially a series of episodes where she gets replaced with these other yeomen. And in Sturgeon's original script, the yeoman had a share of close scenes with Kirk, and in the rewrites, Kuhn and Roddenberry changed those to feature Dr. McCoy instead and introduced Kirk's old Academy flame, Ruth, to the story. So that's how we get Ruth. and Barrows. So it took 2 ladies to replace Yeoman Rand for that story.
All right. Well, but I like this is the if only and what if, which I suppose is an interesting line of conversation, but I can't imagine.
I mean, I love the
being any
episode
different.
still.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
true.
can't
Me
imagine
too.
it being any different.
But I don't think it would be any worse either.
No, I don't. Well, I don't know. I think you'd have to. Well, first things first, there would be like Ruth exists in his mind, or at
Yeah.
least is a reproduction of Ruth from his academy days. And so Ensign Barrow, and doesn't she end up being like the object of affection for McCoy? And so
Yes.
like
Yeah.
if you make them
And
the
that
same,
was really cute. I really
it
love that.
was. So yeah.
Yeah, I love Shore Leave, and I think it's perfect just as it is, but it is always, what if, definitely. Herc 130 says, I know a few actors and a few A-list musicians. It is a horrible way to make a living. Out of a huge population, there are probably less than 200 really successful actors and about 50 top A-listers. Rough time. But if you want to catch Herc 130 doing some work on some cars that he loves to do, check out his My Mach 1 for Life channel. Good times there are had if you like cars. And Corbin Mike Maneuver was a good one. Yeah, it really was, for sure.
Yeah. Right.
And we'll get back to that in just a second. Hello, just stopping in between crazy phone calls. Not sure how long I'll be here, but just listening. Oh,
give him hell, Keith. Give him hell.
No beach to walk on. And that one is, well, now we're skipping to Naked Time.
Oh my God. James, there's a guy I went to high school with, and he knew I was a Star Trek fan, and he had only watched one Star Trek episode, and he told me every time the topic of Star Trek came up, he said, I tried watching it once, and I couldn't get past William Shatner as Captain Kirk, because he was, he wasn't an idiot. He knew who William Shatner was. He knew who Captain Kirk was. And he was like, I want to run on a beach. And I think he was mixing up like the line delivery from Enemy Within with the sort of lamenting of Naked Time. But yeah. And so, yeah. But every time I talked about how I liked Star Trek, he always pointed at that scene specifically and said, couldn't get into it, man. Couldn't get into it.
So the 2 episodes where Captain Kirk has to decidedly act like somebody besides Captain Kirk, or just in one that would be him if he were really, really wasted. And the other one is if he were split in 2. So those are pretty bad episodes to judge the entire series on.
Hey, man.
No beach to walk on.
Yeah.
I clipped that poorly. This should have had Rand in the but it's okay.
Children who never age. Eternal childhood filled with play. No responsibilities. It's almost like a dream.
Sounds like modern YouTube reviewing.
It is. Yay. I'm living the dream, Scotty.
There it is.
37.
Bonk, bonk on the head.
Yep. Hey, Scotty. Great to see you there today.
Hey,
hear ya today. See ya and
thanks,
hear ya.
man. Well, it's
She
good to see
made
you
coffee
too.
with phaser. That's right. In Corbin Might Maneuver. I got that one, I think, somewhere. Let's find it because I got a few clips here. And they're fun to get. They were fun to get last night. No, where's the coffee?
Where is the coffee?
I gotta find it. Goodness, hold on. Just give me.
Now that you mention it, though. Oh, I guess she does. Like, Rand does get into a pretty pink dress in Charlie X.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the power was off in the galley.
I used a hand phaser and zapped hot coffee.
That's one of my favorites. I love that one. Thank you, Gavin. That's pretty clever. They're like, what? How are we enjoying hot coffee? And it's because I'm pretty clever. That's why. Shirley is my daughter's favorite.
Nice.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it's irresponsible use of weapons, but
What? No, it's amazing use of weapons. I think that's a good. No, coffee is good for morale, and so I'm going to defend the.
All right, Janeway. But also, it makes you wonder when they did have that alarm system put in for unauthorized use of phasers aboard a starship.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't know when that happened. It happened because the movie wanted it to happen.
Well, it's a good reason. Like, I like the idea, and it does make sense that, hey, guys, maybe we should have alarms if someone discharges a phaser.
Yeah, maybe.
Courtney's
here. Hello, Courtney. How are you doing? Oh, it's good to see you. Where is she? I don't see her.
Oh, I got a thing saying hello.
Oh, I believe you. Keithy's also here. Hello, Franco and Snork. Good to see you both. Working hard. Keep up the great work, moderators. That's true. I do have some pretty wonderful moderators. What if Scotty Earth 37 reviewed Pretty Maids all in a row? He would have to because I'm not reviewing that movie.
She won't do it, man.
I won't do it. I won't do it. Scotty has to do it on his own channel or on Twitter, wherever he wants to do it.
Every
Not
time.
for me. I did Planet Earth. That's my Pretty Maids all in a row. Way better. Way better. It's still. Jill, you're the best, says Herc130. Oh, thank you. I think you're pretty awesome too. Thank you for all the work you do. James Caserta says Jill is the bestest ever and the key to everything. Oh no, I'm not the key to everything. I help.
Lois Lane?
I just want to help.
Tony Down Under, thank
raid?
you.
Is there a raid? Did I get a raid?
I don't know.
Hold on. I don't know. I can't tell.
Well, Tony said so.
Let's see. I met a lot of the cast, says Coffee Crew Gaming. Oh, that's awesome.
No.
Not a Rand fan, says Coffee Crew Gaming. That's okay. She was only in 8 episodes and a few movies. It's not a problem.
Welcome to the Grace Lee Whitney
whole...
appreciation stream, and I, for one, would like to say, "Fuck that bitch." No,
Coffee Crew Gaming says isn't
kidding.
Quite that rude. You're making him ruder than he really is.
Hey, I waited an hour and 42 minutes to swear, so
yeah, I guess I should be proud of you. That is pretty good. I think Yeoman Mirrors in the Galileo 7 was supposed to be Rand too. So yes. And I've got all these. I got all these listed. Like, where were we supposed to get Rand? And so yes, I've also got. So yeah, we can go there. We can go there to Maneuver. This is fun. But we're gonna go to Galileo 7. I love Galileo 7. And that would have been fun to have her on that.
I like to call that one Star Trek versus the Sasquatch.
There are several Sasquatches then.
Sasquatch.
Yeah. Oh, is that the plural word for that?
I'm making it up, Jill.
Okay. And
whenever I try and pluralize Sasquatch, I end up just saying Yeti. Because Yeti is plural and singular. So
yeah, she had already been completely fired by then. So yeah, it's Yeoman Mirrors. Yeah, you're right.
But she was cute.
Yeah, she was.
Again,
she was cute.
I really do like that there is more. It makes the ship seem bigger, and it also opens the door to more narrative possibilities with love interests for Kirk.
Well, I think you could have had that anyway. Like, you could have just interchanged her, like, have a couple episodes with different yeomen and then have her show up. Like, she didn't have to be in every episode. She didn't have to be fired.
But well, yeah, no, I get that. But it's also like, I don't know. I am too blinded by what was.
Yeah, yeah. And what was so beautiful, but I think she deserved better. It's Courtney Fellowship of Oddballs is here. Hi, Scotty. Hi, Jill. Hi, chat. Happy Friday.
And if you
And
can
check
believe
her
it,
out. Oh, did I? No,
you
that's
did.
wrong. Did I
What?
fix it?
Oh, you didn't change it
Did I
yet? You said you were going to
I
do it
didn't
later.
fix it. I
You
forgot.
said, you
I forgot.
promised. You know,
I'm
it's about time
sorry,
you get
Courtney.
scolded on
Please
these live
forgive me.
streams because I get it all the time. And I'm just going to sit here and say, Jill, you lazy, lazy person. You said you were going to do it and you never did it. This reminds me of that one time I was supposed to watch the Lego Batman movie and I was just like, I never watched it.
Yeah, okay. So then I'll play. Let's see if I can find it.
Thanks, Tony.
Tony's here? Oh yeah, Tony. Gonna head to bed.
Tony Down Under. Yeah.
Yep.
It was a crime. I did it anyway.
I love it when you drop a little fear and loathing, you feisty lady.
Yes. Mark says, we watched Space Battleship Yamato in the original. Nova, Izahara, and Rand all in one. But in Yamato 2199, they decide that they really do need more than one female on the ship. Yeah, I gotta watch all the different Space Battleship Yamatos besides 2010. Because as I understand it, that's the JJ version, even though it was better than any JJ movie. But I need to see the original.
The one that's most readily available is Star Blazers. And it's like, I don't want to watch Star Blazers. I want to watch the original.
I want to watch the one where everybody dies, not the one where everybody lives.
Like, and it's not so. Anyway, if you'd like to learn more about Space Battleship Yamato, you can check out last week's Battleship review, and where you find out how they keep the hands off of our boats. See you, Max.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Courtney. I keep messing up on that. All right. I used a phase and a zap hot coffee. Of course, it destroyed 3 coffee pots before I got it right. Yeah. Well, she had to experiment, I'm sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
I killed Dr. Piper.
Oh, no. No, she didn't kill anybody. She would have had to use a low power setting, Scotty. Or she'd vaporize the coffee. The power was probably even less than the phaser of Valerius used to kill Burke and Samno.
Well, and that's, you know what? You're absolutely, Mark, you're absolutely 100,000 billion correct. Because she used a low-level phaser on high stun to just kill Burke and Samno, but to vaporize, that's when the alarms go off. So you're right. You're right.
Thank you so much for rating the channel, Tony, and sorry that I missed the idea that you rated me. Thanks so much for that. Nix confirms it here. Yes, Tony rated you. YouTube was short. The message was short, so you might have missed it. I totally missed it. I liked Rand, says Ron Donafero. Bummer it didn't work out. I wish she had been able to continue. Me too. Yeah, not every character was in every episode. She could have been, in and out for different episodes. Especially Harlan Ellison wrote several lines for her for City on the Edge of Forever, so we're going to talk about that too.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Max Redstone says, I need to run errands before Friday afternoon traffic. Yeah. See you sooner than later. Well, I'll see you around, Max. You're always welcome here.
That reminds me.
We needed a scene in the mess Yeoman gossiping about Kirk behind his back. That would be fun. I like that. What are you supposed to do?
Get you a $5 bill.
Yeah, I've been waiting. Yeah. TikTok. Need that.
Well, do I do it or do you do it? Like, do you Spockify the Canadian
Oh,
$5 bill or do I do it?
I don't know. Is it safe to send it that way? Are you gonna get in troubles?
What if I sent you like a Sharpie so you could do it yourself?
Yeah, that sounds fun. Well, you don't have to send me the
You're
Sharpie. Just send me the dollar.
well, okay. $5, but I guess with the exchange rate, yes, it is $1.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I'll have to do it myself. Hey, where would the fun be in it if I didn't have to work for it?
Well, but no, the thing is I could send you the artistically made. Like I know how to do it. Maybe I'll send you two.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll
Spotify
do
one
one
for
that
me,
I've
please.
done and then I'll put my initials on it so I can get arrested. And then you can do your own.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun. I love it. I
Whenever you talk
approve of
about
this crime.
defiling a $5 bill in Canada, it's the same kind of urgency that it's like, oh no, you better not rip the tags off that mattress.
Yeah, it's a federal offense or something. The FBI are gonna come after you.
Yeah, I videotaped a baseball game, and now all of a sudden there are guys that like rappelling from a helicopter with guns drawn.
Mhm. And so we talked about that one, and of course she was in the man trap, as we mentioned already. And that's the first clip I played, but I like it so much. It's a great insult. It's a great Star Trek insult. Go chase an asteroid. Let's see it again.
Why don't you go chase an asteroid?
Hey, Janice, is that for me?
Don't you wish it was?
Yeah.
Like that clip
She was
just
also
says, like, just
yes.
what the crew of the Enterprise is just a bunch of walking boners. They're like, oh,
Well,
Rand's in town.
I
I
was
think I'm gonna
thinking
go
about
over and
it.
be like, can I have some coffee?
I was thinking about that, and I think the reason why they include some crewmen who are a little bit flirtatious with her is to contrast with how creepy Green is being, like how like he's I think that's the reasoning for it, is to make him look a little scarier by putting some dopey guys in there.
Tiger
And that
Stripes
works
is
out for
here.
me. Hello, Tiger Stripes. It's kind of gross the way Rand snacks off of Sulu's plate. I was just gonna mention that too. Yep,
You guys never
yeah.
have
She
share
starts.
plates at a restaurant?
I mean, she takes a bite and then puts it back on the plate. Yeah, she does. She doesn't just
That
eat
is
the whole
gross.
thing.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tiger Stripes. I gotta head out. Catch y'all all later. Yeah, see you later, Ron Donafero. Have a great day.
Thanks for being here, Ron.
For an instance where events in the series resulted in changes we see later, want to bet M5 disaster led to the prefix code, which had to have been implemented after Khan was on the Enterprise. Though that sounds logical to me.
Mm-hmm.
I do like all of the, you're coming up with
No,
the
that's
headcanon. That makes sense to me. Like it absolutely, because and it follows with the real canon. Very logical. You too. Thanks for the channel. Love it. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed. No one would dare to snack off my plate, Snorty says to Tiger Stripes, and that, I believe, is true.
nom 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 nom.
Right. Or yeah, if he's trying to snack off of Snortapoopa's plate, don't be offended when you become the snack. And oh yeah, but only she can snack off the plate because
Oh, Green, what went on down there? Who do you think you are?
Oh, I
Yes,
thought that she did it in front of him. No, that's disgusting.
yeah, no,
I've worked in food service. I'm not going to take a bite of your chicken wing and then put it back.
Yeah, that's precisely what she does, and then it's pretty messed up. But
But
the
also
the salt monster is
yeah,
also
What if Sulu doesn't like salt? What if he's salt phobic? I don't know what it is to be.
Well, he doesn't have to use it. Like, it's just there.
PvP. Hello, PvP.
Hello, Pleasant Valley Picker CA. Great to see you in the chat. Rand could snack off my plate anytime.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Franco Walker says, please share, subscribe, and hit the bell. How about snacking off your plate armor? Oh, okay.
Well, do you have a cup holder in your we're attacking the druids kind of thing?
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
We have did I played that one, but I didn't play. Did I play some?
Take it easy. Calm down. Very sensitive.
He's the real spook. Suppose he's going space happy or something?
Oh, you know what? And that's so funny because perfect timing would be if we could play the Space Madness clip, but we're not allowed to play the Space Madness clip.
Why not?
Remember, we tried to do it once.
Oh, was that a problem?
It was a problem. It was like
Space
Big Red Button.
Madness.
Yeah.
I
Anytime Ren and Stimpy. Anytime we try and do Ren and Stimpy, everybody gets all, trigger happy about claiming.
Would have gotten here sooner, sir, but Crewman Moody stopped me in the hallway. Sir?
Take the helm.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you go. In the naked chime. That was it. That was great because she got to pilot the ship because Sulu was, strapped to a hospital bed.
Yes. For excessive swordplay.
Yeah. Trying to save too many fair maidens who are not fair or maidens.
Or maidens.
Perhaps Rand and Sulu are snacking friends with benefits. Oh.
Yeah. No.
That they have like a previous arrangement. You can snack off my plate. Yeah, that's unlikely.
Oh, Sulu won't mind.
Even so, you still don't do that behind someone's back.
Agreed.
If you get popcorn at the movies, wouldn't you share it with your date? Popcorn's completely different food than a dinner plate.
Yeah, I would. But the thing is that I would do it with my date in front of me, and we would both have had sort of some agreement that we were sharing the same bucket of popcorn. If my waiter or waitress walks over and bumps into some other customer or coworker or what have you, and she decides in the middle of that conversation to pick up a fry, have half of it, and then put the rest of the fry back onto the basket of fries, I would be like, oh, Janice, what's going on? Can't do that.
And that's why I try to pick up my own food from the restaurant because I know DoorDash people are going to eat my fries. Probably.
Children who never age. Eternal childhood filled with play. No responsibilities. It's almost like a dream.
Okay, so that's the second time I played that clip.
Yeah, if you keep playing it, I'm going to start taking it personal.
it was a good line. She was given a pretty good line in that she was in this episode, and it was I like Miri. Miri is maybe not my favorite episode, but it wasn't bad. And
agreed.
There was Rand was essentially there, so Miri would be jealous of her because Miri's like a 300-year-old kid who likes Captain Kirk, which is kind of weird. But
and again, that describes most people on the internet.
I suspect Jill is right about the DoorDash eating your fries. Yikes. Well, I would hope not, but it could happen. It's possible. Too bad Grace didn't get more episodes. I agree, PvP, that's what we've been talking about. Miri has that cello concerto music, says James Caserta. Hmm.
Okay, so now I have 3 of my least watched.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a second.
Oh, Miri? You don't rewatch Miri a lot?
Not
That's
very
okay.
often. I think I've seen it probably 3 times in 48 years.
Yeah, bonk bonk on your head
On the
then.
head. Yeah.
Yep, that was it. Yep. And so Scotty's stepping away. Let's see. Miri was okay, but parallel Earths never explained. That was annoying. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Definitely. And you do not like the parallel Earth thing, especially when it concerns the Constitution of the United States. But her kids were in that episode, so that was kind of she enjoyed having her kids on the show, on Miri. So it was kind of fun for that. She had both of her sons, Jonathan and Scott, who Scott's not here, but he was this is a different Scott, obviously. Jonathan and Scott were in Miri. And there were the kids in the episode who steal the communicators. So if you remember the kids who steal the communicators, those are Grace Lee Whitney's babies. And so they had to, she says, Jonathan and Scott were 7 and 9. They were the kids who stole the communicators in the show. So we, the landing party, couldn't get back to the Enterprise. They sent a limo for all the kids, since their day would be shorter than ours. I was driving my Buick, and the kids were in front of me in the limo. And Jonathan and Scott were up in the back window waving at me as we were going down the freeway at 4 in the morning. That is cute. I love that story. And oh, is it true? Scott was also in Star Trek the Motion Picture. Let me double check on that. That's great. If true, but I gotta double check that one because I usually do double checks before the show, but I forgot to double check this particular fact because sometimes I get things from a source I don't 100% trust. Let's see. Yeah, Scott was there. He was a Vulcan medic. He was a Vulcan too. So Scott Whitney was a Vulcan medic uncredited in Star Trek the Motion Picture. So that's how her kids were in Star Trek. And also, of course, Shatner's kids were also in Miri. And Leonard Nimoy famously refused to have Adam in that episode because he didn't want his kids around in show business. Disagreements are welcome as long as it's without any attack at all. Thank you. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, we can disagree without insults. Definitely. That is always a good rule of thumb. Tiger Stripes is a Darby fan, so Miri is fine by me. Yeah, it's a fine episode. I would definitely say fine. As well as Michael J. Pollard. Yeah, definitely. That's the kid who looks like a kid who's really 30 years old. Besides, Miri was an older woman. Yeah. That's kind of a funny line. I don't date older women. She's quite a bit older. And no attack at all? Then how will we fence? Hey, Adani. Oh. The worst part of Miri was Michael J. Pollard being terribly miscast. He was way too old to portray a prepubescent teen. Yeah, that's true. Like, even if you're casting him and he's supposed to be a teenager, he's obviously past puberty, and so how did he avoid the illness? So McCoy should have been studying him for not having died already. How did this kid not die? Like, even if you believe he's 19 or something, that's yeah, it wouldn't work. And so, that's true. Agreed. Ooh, here's I didn't grab a lot of things from the book because if I run out of notes, I'm just gonna flip to random passages of the book. Nice, Nort. I miss coffee. Oh, oh, that's what Courtney says. Okay, let's fix this. Let's see if there's any more Rumble chats. No, but my Rumble bot wants you to know my streaming schedule Tuesdays and Fridays at 11 a.m. Central and Saturday at 11 p.m. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to be starting at 10 p.m. for my shore leave. I'm going to start a little early because I don't know how long Scotty's going to want to be up tomorrow. So we'll see. I'm hanging on tight and ready for another weekend. Yee. Yeah, that's good, Donnie. I'm so glad. I hope everybody's ready for another weekend. Oh man, I've got a lot of cleaning to do. It's it's fall cleaning, I guess. Um, oh, I already talked about this. How she was mostly an alcoholic, but she did do amphetamines because she was encouraged to take diet pills to lose weight on the set. So, but she says I never drank on set. I never let alcohol interfere with my performance on Star Trek. I I was an evening and weekend drinker, and of course, at the Friday night rap parties on the set or over at Oblas with my Star Trek castmates, I could get pretty high. Once you got me started, I never wanted to go home. I was the life of the party, and I wanted to keep going. And yeah, so that's from her book. That's directly from her book. But then, unfortunately, after all of that, we have to talk about I mean, when you go from the fun nature of her having her kids on the set and shooting that pretty good episode. But then in my notes, we're at the part where we speculate precisely why Grace Lee Whitney was let go. And depending on which source you're reading, they highlight one event or another. And many authors say that the subtle romance between Kirk and Rand was becoming um, prohibitive to Kirk being able to be involved with other characters without the worry that fans would be upset at him for snubbing Rand, I guess. And that was and as the points that Scotty's been making of him you know having other characters in the show, expanding the world a little bit. And but the whole point of Kirk and Rand's professional relationship is that they are professionals. That even though they do have feelings, their professionalism means that they'll never act on it. And and so I think that that's why she could have stayed on, since they could never actually connect. Kirk was still free for other romances. So for me, it's a weak argument that the creative team came up with as a reason that she's was let go. But it is something they really believed because it was evident in episodes like Dagger of the Mind.
Well, and all right. The 1960s weren't necessarily kind to female regulars. I know when I say female, it sounds so whatever. And the thing is that most dudes who were writing, and maybe DC Fontana could have expanded on Rand in the series, but most of the time, women were relegated to love interest, will they, won't they, housewife, server, you know.
Well, yeah,
Alice
because
from the Brady
Gene
Bunch. Let's have a
Gene
maid.
wanted Gene wanted the first officer to be a woman, and that wasn't allowed, so he had to make her a nurse.
And yeah, and so I do kind of see how the writers at the time, the audience at the time may have been like, so what exactly do you do here? If you're not
She could have done anything.
She could
She
have,
could've.
but in 1966, in specifically 1966, because that was the only season that she was on, was the first. Like, maybe they just were like, okay, so how do we drag this on without making her like the girlfriend or the wife or the like, what do we do with her? And so I don't know. It's speculation. I'm attributing more.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right. It could have been that. It could have been chauvinistic for chauvinistic reasons.
Only based on the time period.
What I had in I chose as the GIF in the corner. She's doing work there. She's writing stuff down. She's got a tricorder, obviously, so she's doing some kind of scientific work. I mean, she could have been more. Is basically
Of
what
course.
I think. And
But-
she was supposed to be. She was supposed to be a main character.
And
But
it does
they- I
become
guess they-
an-
and
an-
what you're saying, I don't think I've read that anywhere, but it's a possibility.
But it does become an instance of Star Trek being ahead of its time in terms of its casting, in terms of its crew, in terms of seeing professionals work together no matter what their walk of life.
Yeah, and so because of all that, she was rewritten in episodes. And some people say there was a cost related to this. Like you said, how can we justify this expense? So, but in the book, These Are the Voyages helps us out with this a little bit, because it mentions in early September, Roddenberry met with Bob Justman, Herb Solo, Bernard Weitzman, Desilu's VP of Business Affairs, and Star Trek was having trouble with money, and so
what if
the
it was
show now
Desi
had a
Arnaz?
new producer.
What if it was Desi Arnaz?
Well, we're getting there. We're
Okay.
getting there. Okay. It could. Well, Desi Arnaz. A lot of people were saying that because he's another guy who was
A wandering eye, if you will.
Yeah. I don't know what words to use in that particular.
I'm
thing.
trying to be as
John
Lothario
D.F.
as
Black.
possible. Yeah.
Thank you. And the production staff increased with other people. Auditions of Eddie Milkis and Stephen Karabatis. Okay. Anyway, and also of course DeForest Kelly was doing so well that they were adding him to episodes he wasn't in, and so he as other characters were losing lines, that's how fast DeForest Kelly was gaining lines. And so there was a memo about this, about what to do about the money. And okay, let's skip some of this because we're not going to read this whole thing. D. Agosta says, D. Agosta told Roddenberry that Grace, for the most part, has cost us a bit of money for the little we use her in each show. The character is one that, if cast with the freelance player, would cost less and hold as much value. Wow. D. Agosta, damn. That's harsh.
But that's a producer's role.
Yeah,
like,
that
is what producers do. Is they
Mhm.
say, well, we're paying her. She's here week to week, and she shows up once a week, does her 2 lines, and goes. Why don't we just pay someone a lot less to show up and then go away? Like, what's the old adage about prostitution is that you don't pay them to stay, you pay them to leave at the end of your transaction.
Oh my God. You keep going back to that exploitative nature of the business. That is interesting.
And
I guess
I don't think that I'm offside about this.
I guess Gene didn't think enough of the character to fight for keeping her, unfortunately, and it's something he did later regret. I know that.
I'm not trying to be crass. I'm just thinking about.
I know you're not. You are thinking of the time, but it's not easy to hear it. Robert Justman was against losing her and was surprised as he saw it that Roddenberry made no effort with Solo or Weitzman to fight for Grace Lee Whitney. Her agent got the news from Desilu Business Affairs. The contract would not be renewed. Yeoman Rand was not being written out. She would simply disappear. And she was only guaranteed 7 episodes, so she got 8.
And that, that extra $400 was probably like a be grateful.
Oh dear Lord.
It's the way it used to, like, all the things, and again, this isn't chauvinism, this isn't patriarch, this is just like television was cutthroat. Like, look at all of that. Like, they didn't, the casts of everything from Star Trek to Gilligan's Island to like all of the classic television shows, and then it wasn't until much later that they would be actually compensated for reruns, something that Desi Arnaz did pioneer. And there's so much going on in terms of the making of the sausage, for lack of a better term, that it's like, cut costs. If
Well,
you
was
want this
Desi
show,
still
cut
there?
costs.
Was he still there when Star Trek was being produced?
It was still called Desilu.
Because weren't they divorced by now?
Well, it could have been. I am not that deep into it. I do not know. These are the voyages.
Yeah, it's a good question. But this is where it gets dark because
I'm just looking at the cutthroat nature of television and film production in the 19 ever.
Well, and it gets even darker than just that.
Okay.
Because it's more than just it not working out. So this is also from the book. I got this one from the Cushman book. These are the voyages, but also it's information from her longest trek. So after the wrap party from Miri, she says an executive wanted to talk to her about her character, about expanding her character's role, and both had been drinking, and the executive they, like you said earlier, essayed. So this is that. And if you want the details, all the details are in here. I am uncomfortable reading the details, but they're not good. They're bad details. And it got so bad she feared for her life in that particular moment of being assaulted and cornered. And just a few days later, she got a call from her agent that she was being taken off the show, and so she had always attributed that horrific event as being related to her having to leave, and that it wasn't because of story reasons. But later on in her life, she backtracked on that and said that she realized that she was being taken out of the show before that incident occurred, and so it's possible she was conflating the two things.
And I can put.
I'm bad at talking about this. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I can put my head in the mindset of the executive who took advantage, and well, she's getting fired anyway. Maybe I can coerce her into having someone else mop up my casting couch. And I'll be like, I can save your character. And then it's like, oh, I tried my hardest. And then, Grace is still a human. These are all people. And so when they do find themselves in compromising situations where they are taken advantage of, why did you come to my hotel? It's disturbing. And we can discuss your lines. And it's whatever.
Yeah. In the book, she says, I fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah. Well, and also, like, there is something about the court of public opinion where it's like, okay, so if you felt that you were essayed in the moment, then why didn't you say anything? And not only is essay a difficult crime to validate, even if there may be evidence physically, it's like, so how do I know you didn't like or consent to this and then say it was a bad idea after the fact, after you found out you were being let go from the show? And like, there's so many things, emotion, and I'm not trying to dismiss, I'm not trying to apologize, I'm not trying to defend. I'm just saying it was a difficult time to say, you know what? And then they'll be like, well, what were you wearing?
Oh, No, that's not a good excuse either.
It's
That's not
not,
good.
but in 1963, it was pretty common. Well, I'd just gotten
No.
off of set and my skirt was short and I bent over and all of a sudden it was Quest for Fire.
Yeah, but whoever it was, I guess I can understand her reason for not divulging who it is, but I don't like that this person got away with it without any
Consequences.
repercussions. Yeah, he should have been outed, but no one ever did, and the only person she ever told was Leonard Nimoy, who kept her secret for her because he followed her wishes.
Well, the only person we can be certain of that it wasn't was Walter Koenig, because he wasn't on Star Trek until season 2.
That's yeah. Oh,
It's like
it's
the
terrible.
inverse of the Khan thing. It's like, how did Khan know who Walter Koenig was? And it's like, don't worry about it. Walter Koenig did not rape Ensign Rand or Yeoman Rand.
Yeah. Well, I wish it didn't happen at all.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. But she never named him publicly, just called him the executive. And that it's going to be that forever.
Well, and it's something that has come up recently with Hayden Panettiere and people talking about how she was lured into indecent situations, and that's the PG version, even though I just said the R word. But like,
yeah,
don't you think?
Well, it's definitely the R word in this case.
Don't you think it would be beneficial to sort of warn other performers?
Yeah, I think so.
This person?
Well,
and
because this very thing also almost happened to Nichelle Nichols. I don't even know if I mentioned it last time. Did I? I hope I did. Because
that was in
she
January.
What do you mean?
When
I'm not talking to.
Oh,
yeah, but I read it.
No
but
one,
I don't remember
no
if I
one
said
sexually assaulted Nichelle Nichols in January.
That's because they wouldn't. That's because she wouldn't let this person do it. Like she was offered this amazing contract. All she had to do was that, and she refused it. And the women in the office really respected her for refusing that. And that wasn't even the worst that she had. There was also another time where she was invited to sing and dance, and she thought it was at a public place, and it turned out to be somebody's house, and she ended up having to get a ride. And that one, she had to throw things to escape that.
To
one.
escape,
That
yes.
was yeah.
That was Nichelle.
Yeah, that was Nichelle. And so
I really should say Miss Nichols. I don't know Nichelle Nichols personally, so I shouldn't just freely throw around her first name.
Miss Nichols. Well, but yeah, these things happen then, and it's not easy to talk about. We did. And she talks about it more in the book. In fact, she opens the book with it. And I was like, I'm not going to open my live stream with this, but we do have to talk about it. And she does.
Well, and to get into generalizations.
Mm-hmm. And Grace sounds like a party girl. Yeah, she was definitely a party girl.
That doesn't,
But it was that was
open
different.
Her dress for business.
Yeah, no, but she'd like to drink, and so that was part of it.
Oh, who done?
It's not an excuse for it or anything.
Lombardi.
Elvis Costello had a great song called "Party Girl."
Yeah, I celebrate Elvis's entire category. So there was tumult in her life.
Yes.
And she did, from what I understand, after this. Unless, what was her follow-up to Star Trek once she was let go?
Okay, hold on, let me see. So I skipped some steps here in my notes.
Yeah.
So let me
I
see.
skipped from 1966 to 1966 to 1978 when they were filming.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where my notes went. I was like, okay, I don't know what she did. What happened in 66 to the movie. But there was that time did exist. So let me skip all this stuff here and we'll get there.
Well, I guess you did mention that she did re-embrace Star Trek with her convention appearances, and those sort of started up in 1973-ish.
Yes.
And so it would have been
and that was DeForest Kelley. DeForest Kelley was like, hey, the fans are asking about you. You should come to the conventions. And she got to reconnect with Star Trek in a way that made her feel a lot better about the whole thing and to see how many people cared about her.
Oh, you know that whole thing that happened that was traumatic, and I had to anesthetize myself with drugs and alcohol, and anyway, I went to a convention and I turned into Sally Field from the Academy Awards, and I said, "You like me? You really like me?" And it was still a struggle, but I did get approximately $17,000 for being in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. That's probably way more than she got paid. Probably about $5,000.
Oh, well, I don't know how much you got paid for the motion picture.
I'm curious now. I'm just making up numbers.
You did. You made it. Well, at least you told us you made up the numbers.
Rudy.
That way. Okay, so yeah, obviously losing Star Trek affected her so much, a ton. So, like you said, she did fall into drinking more. Because before she was mostly just a weekend drinker, or maybe sometimes in the evenings. But this made things worse. Because for Star Trek, she wouldn't drink, but I guess after this, she did start drinking on sets, and that was not good. But I don't know which shows.
It's interesting that she never, and to my knowledge, if she did, my mistake. But it's interesting that she never showed up for like Earth 2 or you know, what's it, the Questor tapes, or like she never showed up in another Gene production.
Well,
unless I'm wrong.
Until the motion picture, but you're right.
Right.
Yeah, no Questor tapes. I can't. I don't see anything in there.
And Gene Roddenberry was the executive producer, so he would have had last say on Grace to be able to say no, but he did welcome her back in the capacity that he could as executive producer. And if there is, if there is one thing that I do have to say for Gene, and this applies to Pretty Maids All in a Row, as it does to Police Story and The Lieutenant and Star Trek and every subsequent production, is that whenever he could, he would get his friends back. And so, yeah, like Pretty Maids has William Campbell, Trelane, and Jimmy Doohan. And so hey, we're making a movie. You want to come? And it's like, yeah. Gene Roddenberry was the science fiction version of Adam Sandler in the 1970s.
And Tiger Stripe says Rand, being a woman as the captain's yeoman, is working against the stereotype. It's the wandering hands you have to watch for. Yes, Franco, yes. And yeah, Gene did wander, but there's no there's I think he wandered with permission.
Ooh, that's interesting.
He made a career of it. Yes, he did. Desi Arnaz liked the ladies too. Yep. Sure, compare any woman's role with prostitution networks. Well, not any woman. I think he's specifically talking about the 60s sensibilities, but I don't know. I wasn't there.
I didn't say woman. I said actor or performer. I do.
Okay.
I respect performers. I respect actors, and I use actor in both persuasions of the genders. But the thing is that if you're willing to show up and there's something that you want, how hard do you want it? And the trope of the stereotype of the casting couch doesn't exist because people made it up and thought it was funny. It's because they made it funny because of how tragic and desperate it happens to be. And so, yeah, it's not who you know, or no, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Like, I do consider entertainment to be a fairly narcissistic and emotionally prostituting, if that's a word, business. And so how far are you willing to go? And I'm sure that in that kind of industry where people have positions of power, they will ask those questions and they will be brutal if you answer in the negative. And so this has nothing to do with boys or girls. This has everything to do with how bad do you want it and how bad can I be to make you jump through flaming hoops of debauchery so you can get it. Like, I just think when the whole Me Too thing happened with Harvey Weinstein and everything a couple of years ago, I was just like, what? You thought that this was a ball pit in a Chuck E. Cheese? This is a cutthroat, ridiculous popularity contest where attractiveness and willingness to do anything will reward you. And sometimes that's going to go into the X-rated, no matter how hard you clutch your pearls. So this has been going on since forever. And I do think it's something that should be discussed. But that's the end of I'll get off of my soapbox.
To think
otherwise is simply naive.
And hopefully not so much anymore. Hopefully it doesn't happen as much.
And as I said, simply naive.
Hopefully it is reduced, and it's
no.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
That's not, I appreciate that you don't like it. I don't like it. A lot of people don't like it, but the bad thing is that bad things happen.
Well, Scotty is describing Hollywood, but it also applies to Ottawa and Washington as well. If anything, the debauchery of Hollywood is worse now. Says EC was here. It's good to see you. EC was here. So that is well, and it's the ugly side of show business that we're talking about at this particular juncture.
I am the ugly side of show business.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I'm playing an executive right now who will go unnamed.
Lombardi, 1969. Greetings to Canadian Spider-Man. Although I do have an argument with Spidey here. He says, I have little respect for actors since they don't really build much. And I think that, well, just think about Leonard Nimoy. He built what Vulcans are with of course, the help from DC Fontana and Gene Coon and everything. But some actors do build, I would say. But also Franco says actors are supposed to entertain us. They don't do that anymore. Well,
no, that's not.
Some of them still do.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Like Judy on Family Matters? I didn't know about Judy on Family Matters, DJ Runichi. That's news to me. I don't know if I want to know.
Whatever happened to predictability?
Right. My emotional bandwidth is hard.
Even TV.
Being stretched enough already. I don't know if my heart can handle anymore. Television is business after all, run by executive suits. Sometimes their decisions are heartless. I'm still annoyed at how they treated Firefly.
Yes.
Desi Arnaz died in 1986 for Alexa. What?
Well, no, just in terms of that was his research method. He asked Alexa.
Mm-hmm. It's not just Rand. I mean, Kevin Riley was a character who only got 2 episodes. Oh, well, because
no, but
he went home with Kathleen.
but that's also a character who was, I don't know, like, and then you think of other people who were on Star Trek throughout the series, like John Winston. I think John Winston left after season 2, or left. He was let go, and then Eddie Paskey was still in season 3, but he didn't have any lines.
Yeah, but he was in more episodes than a lot of the regulars, so he was there.
Yeah,
no lines, but he was there doing stuff,
which is cool. But that's the thing, is like I don't know.
We'll talk about him more next time.
Yes.
I want to have a meeting where we put down all the other characters we want to talk about and in the order in which you want to talk about them.
Okay. Well, we'll do that.
But not, yeah.
Maybe we should do that as like a members stream, a members team
maybe.
meeting for the
And that's
Star
going to
Trek.
be our next member stream is on the 2nd. Yeah. Yeah, so we can put our ducks in a row. Star Trek ducks.
Yay.
Rumors abound, but there's no positive evidence about the culprit. Yeah, that's right. And there's no way to prove anything. And nor would I want to accuse a man of such a heinous crime without any evidence.
It just makes me, I don't know. I don't know what word to use. It's terrible.
It is.
It's a terrible way to run an industry,
tragedy.
And they've been doing it since the advent of casting.
There should be a solution for it. I don't know. Thanks for subscribing, Rudy. I see you there. Instead. I heard that Lee Whitney would have been Me Too'd had she lived until 2016.
She would have been Me Too'd. That's weird.
That's. What
but
does
again,
she do?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. That's what. Okay. She does mention in the book that she did take advantage of people when she was at one point her addictions. She quit drinking for 8 years, but during that time she had sex addiction. She switched the drug from drinking to pot and sex for about 8 years. It's just it's in the book. Like if she, I don't like it's in here. It's in here.
Well, and I know that you're being very gentle. You're being very gentle and you're being very reverent to her story. And I appreciate that. And as a guy who, I think anybody who's a fan of the channel knows that I have my little demons when it comes to addictions and whatnot. Sometimes I'm inappropriate and I go off the handle and everything like that. You did say that it's like, you should probably read this book, Scott. This is something that is like highs and lows and the realities of dealing with addictions and how you can sort of contend with the world around you and how to come to peace with yourself in dealing with all of this. And it sounds very wise. And so I haven't read the book, which is Jill's read half the book. I haven't read any of the book, but I am looking forward to picking it up. Apparently, I'm going to have to get it in paper version. But this is something where it is historical record or historical perspective of what it's like or what it was like at that time. And I think it's an interesting and important story. And I have read alcoholic memoirs and been like, oh, sobriety sounds like a great time. Oh, wow. Yeah. The alcoholism also sounded like a great time. And so I am curious about it, but I think it is something like there is a rounding out life stories where you take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have Grace Lee Whitney.
And her story is particularly good because she does eventually fully recover. I guess you never fully recover from this disease,
Nope.
but you learn how to live with it. And she did. She learned how to live with it. But she doesn't just talk about recovery. She talks about being in the thrust of the disease, and she doesn't call it a disease. She calls it a dis-ease because you are never at ease.
Oh, I like that.
A lot of the language she uses is interesting. She talks about being on a movie. I forget which movie it was. I think it might have been some like a at the end everybody was taken on a bus ride home, and she and the other alcoholic in the group were like, we don't want to go home, and so they go back to the city where they were filming the movie, and they party and they party and they go to Mexico and they go to Tijuana and they play pool and or is it not pool? They play
billiards.
No, it wasn't even billiards. It was ping pong. Maybe with ping. I forget. There's some kind of game where.
Have you ever tried to play ping pong when you're drunk? Doesn't work.
Well, I don't remember which. Read the book. One of these games.
Foosball?
These well, but it's a bit of a tragic story because this lady that she was partying with, they went back home to their husbands, and they got chewed out, of course, for not coming home on time or whatever. And a while later, not too long after, she gets a phone call about her friend who died because she was smoking. She was drunk. She smoked a cigarette, and the house burned down, and her children were also in it.
Holy moly!
Yeah, it's one of the dark stories. So yeah, so I did say that this life she was eventually going to get kind of real. And
Mega Cropper, you showed up right on time. We just smoked a cigarette and burnt down our house while our children were inside.
Yeah.
No, but that's insane. And that's the kind of thing.
Why did that story come up in my memory? Why couldn't I think of something good?
Well, but this is a time in Grace Lee Whitney's life where she was sort of contending with things and seeing things, that trying to anesthetize herself to her experiences. I take Craig Ferguson, recovering alcoholic. He says that he'll always be recovering. He doesn't have a drinking problem, but he can get one double plus quick. And the thing is that it's not a drinking problem. It's a thinking problem. Learn to love yourself. Learn how to not numb yourself to the world. And the world sounds like something that is so big, but it's just basic human interaction. It's basic relationship building, how to be empathetic. And once you start numbing your senses, as I am wont to do, is when you start being like, no, this is all about me. I'm having fun. Pew, 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 pew. I'm just totally Yosemite Sam all over the place. And then you wake up the next morning and be like, oh my God, where are my pants?
Yeah, exactly. She does talk about that too, in other words, and how relationships are sabotaged because of that selfishness that occurs when you decide that your fun is more important than any kind of responsibility, I guess.
I had that crash
out puts it a lot better.
Like a month ago. I had that crash out a month ago. And it really spoke to me because I was like, I'm abusing strangers in my life, where it's like, I'm here for my entertainment and you're not important. And they responded exactly as they should. And it's like, well, you don't care about me, I don't care about you. So F off.
Are you still banned for some of those? Well, oh wait, I don't know.
I haven't gone back. You know what? You're not banned until you haven't been told you can't come in.
Yeah, I think
it reminds me.
was a pinball machine.
Oh yeah, I haven't been back there to check. But yeah, no, it reminds me of a story when I was living in Australia. I left a bar by doing a cartwheel, and the bouncer came outside the bar and said, "You're banned and cut off." And I was like, "What are you talking about, man? I left." And it's like,
Yeah, and I
"Yeah,
don't
but you
think
did a cartwheel." And I was like, "Yeah, but I'm not coming back in. I didn't get banned. I left."
and
And
I
we
don't
just
yeah.
yelled about it for approximately 5 minutes until we moved on to the next place, and I broke my toe.
And I don't know that she actually uses it as an excuse, but it is part of her life that she is adopted, and her mother was t- just seemingly always telling her that she's going to go have some seances to talk to her real children, meaning her babies that she lost in miscarriage, and obviously those kids are going to be as real to you as if they actually were born, and a mother will always mourn those kids, and that there's nothing wrong with that. But she would I don't think you're supposed to be confiding that into your adopted child. You should like talk to somebody else and not be like, "Oh, well, those are my real children," and
Yeah, but
it's,
now we're getting into
it's
now we're getting
real
to hippies. Now we're
hippies.
getting to hippies who are conducting seances to discuss
Yes,
things
yes,
with,
hippies.
like, that's if you
But she
do.
believed it, the mother.
I think one of I oh geez, Jill, heavens, do I have to go here? I'm gonna. So if you adopt someone, you're supposed to adopt them with your whole heart and try
Yes.
and make them the best per people that they can be in the world. And you're supposed to be a surrogate parent. I don't know about telling your children, it's like, hey, by the way, you adopted. It's like, I don't know about that. I don't know
Well,
when you're supposed to
you have
tell.
to tell them you have to tell them eventually, but you have to well, I would
Like, it
think.
has
I
to
don't
be.
have any I have not adopted, but you
I have
would have to
7
have put your
adopted
whole heart
children, and
in
they
there
work
and
in the
say
mines and they sing hi ho.
like I think it's a mistake to say you're not my real kid is all I'm saying is what
Yeah,
I
no,
think
you're not supposed to
uh
say that.
yeah. No, no, don't
You're
adopt a
not.
kid if you're not going to truly bring them and she says that
Like,
her
that's
mother
why
smothered her with love. So I'm not sure though.
John Connor is such an asshole in Terminator 2. And it's like, go, why don't you clean your room, John? Do what your mother tells you. And then John is like, she's not my mother, Todd. And it's like, we are trying so hard, John. We gave you a home. We let you listen to your music. We gave you a motorbike. And all you do is crimes and loud Guns and Roses.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got off on a
But
tangent. I
but
apologize.
anyway, back to well and
Back to the Future.
and yeah, she had some difficult time with relationships in terms of the her alcoholism. She says alcoholics sabotage everything of value in their lives. And she says here, I'll burn my own house down just to get back at you, apparently. So, sounds self-destructive.
Well, it is
Anyway,
on a cellular level.
yeah. And there's a lot of that in here of her being honest like that. And she doesn't hold anything back in terms of well, I guess you know what to explain it best. There's a Ford by Leonard Nimoy that says it better than I can. There have been countless books written about Star Trek. I call her Amazing Grace. She rejects that name and denies she is amazing, but I insist because she is. There have been countless books written about Star Trek, many, perhaps too many, by those who were actively involved. I've done two myself, but until now, and I admit I haven't read each and every one of them, I would place a large bet that no one has written as personal, moving, and powerful a one as Grace has written. If you think this is simply another book of Star Trek anecdotes and inside jokes, take a deep breath and plunge in. This is a Star Trek book which will transform people's lives. It will give insight into a human condition and guidance to many in need. It is a blessing to all of us that she has put this life of hers to such generous use. My thanks to Grace. Always amazing. That's what you get.
And I admire it. Yeah. No, geez, Jill, what? Oh, now I gotta go to Amazon and I gotta find the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do recommend it. Bruce Lombardo has been a member for 13 months, and thank you for continuing your membership. But even more than that, he sent a super chat. And I know I have stepped away from the chat a bit, just mostly because this particular direction that we steered the live stream into is difficult for me to talk about because I don't actually understand it. Scotty understands it a lot better than I do. Bruce Lombardo says, "Why do I see Scotty drunkenly going to pandas at the zoo and screaming at them, 'I'm not your real dad. I just pay the damn bills.'"
Yeah. No, I would never pay for pandas. They are vile, vile mammals.
Well, but it's still kind of a funny imagery.
It is hilarious.
So
I'm playing along. Thank you so much, Bruce, for supporting the channel. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Yeah, definitely. And okay. I think I could breathe for a second. Let's play this. I haven't played this one. I do like this.
Captain, should I continue log entry?
Affirmative. Continue log entry.
Is that after he loses his shit? Doesn't he say? He gets mad at her.
That's a good question.
Because I think he does. I think he's like, rah, rah,
Yes.
rah, rah. And then he's like, Rand is like, it's kind of my job.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. She's just trying to do her job. But thank you so much for that super chat.
Yeah. Oh, also, now's a good time to say thank you so much, Bruce. And thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for stopping by. Don't forget to give a like. Don't forgive to get a like, whatever. And there is a Patreon. Not all of the Patreon stuff that is available over there is worth money. If you do want to support it monetarily, you can. If not, there is things too hot without nudity for YouTube.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, like for example,
also
YouTube doesn't
Rumble.
want you reading entire books anymore. So my public domain readings of books like Flatlander have to go over to Patreon. So there are things that I can only do over there like that.
And also, if you're a Twitch streamer or a Titch subscriber, thanks. We don't know how to work it.
Yeah,
Also, there's
I'll
a
get there
Discord. I
eventually.
never go there, but there's a
I'm
thing
a little
there.
I'm a little bit better at Rumble than I am at Twitch.
All right.
And
So
Bruce
anyway,
Lombardo
that's
says,
the
"Scotty, I admire you, and I think you're the perfect counterweight to Jill on here. Lee Whitney had a troubled life before and after the 70s. I think you do well to be yourself, sir."
Thank you, Bruce.
Does Scotty pander that way? No, I guess not.
Pander?
He said.
I was trying to promote.
I don't know a lot. I don't know about a lot of Star Trek characters, but I know Ensign Rand. Well, Yeoman
Okay,
Rand at
so
first.
have you ever seen that video of the big guy in the GameStop, and he's like, "It is ma'am." So I'm going to say to you, old man bird, that it is Yeoman. It is not Ensign.
But eventually,
it is Yeoman Rand.
Eventually, she does become an ensign for her to become a commander. So that has to happen at some juncture.
She's even lieutenant. She's Lieutenant Rand in the motion picture.
Okay, well there you are. She starts off a little bit higher. I think that at one point they're just like everybody's lieutenant now, right? Because they can't be the same rank that they were on the original series. That would be weird.
By the time you get to Star Trek 6, everybody's a captain.
Yeah, and then everybody's a captain.
It's the only ship in
Yeah.
Starfleet that has 7 captains.
And it's the best ship because of it. Maybe they should have renamed the studio Lucy Liu, says Mark Harkness.
Oh, far before its time. Anyway, I have to step away for a moment. I'll be back in a flash.
Okay, I'll catch up with the chat as you are away. Okay, so I can breathe a bit. But thanks to Scotty for helping me through that segment. I don't think I could have done that without him, and he had some personal insight to it that I could not have added. I'm glad Franco is hooking it up with treats for you, Snorty. Yeah. Oh, Bruce sent another present. Thank you, Bruce. What? You don't have to keep sending super chats. I'll read your stuff. What was her rank in Star Trek 3? She was on the station when they came to dock. I don't think they gave her a rank there, but yeah, she was there. She wasn't credited properly. And actually I was gonna mention that. But we went straight to what happened after Star Trek, but Star Trek 3 is good. So yes, she appeared in Star Trek 3, but unfortunately they plugged her in at the very end of production, so she didn't get credited properly, and her official credit in the IMDb says "Woman in Cafeteria," which Scotty says Star Trek doesn't have cafeterias; it has lounges and or repliments. But she is not even identified as Rand. But of course, we all know it is Janice Rand. It could not be anybody else. And so she was there. She was not in Rathacon, though, of course, as we know. But Nimoy was directing Star Trek 3, and she gave Grace Lee Whitney a cameo. And that's what I know about that. And thank you for asking and sending a super chat. That is pretty good. Pretty nice. And so oh yeah.
Is that a girl? That's a girl.
She doesn't even have any lines in that one. But I loved clipping that because of her body language is so hilarious in reference to yeah. Yep. Charlie has never seen a lady before, so it is a big shocker, and no wonder he falls in love with Grace. It makes sense. And so, but anyway, yeah. Speaking of her work, she wants everybody to know that she did recover from her alcoholism, and she, of course, that's a lifelong thing that you can't give up. And so what she did was she spent the last 35 years of her life helping people struggling with addiction, and she wants to be remembered as a survivor of addiction. And she knows everybody loves her for Star Trek, but she would go to conventions and talk about it, definitely. And she also went to prisons too, where people were struggling, and she would talk about it there too. So she became a public speaker for people who were hurting. So she did spend the last 35 years of her life just in service in that way, which is amazing. And yeah, it's good that she was in conventions. I'm sorry I missed seeing her at a convention. I think it would be a good time to meet her. But if anybody has got to meet her at a convention, let me know what she was like. And I would really, really adore reading that. And if you're listening to this later, please put it in the comments. I want to read it, and it would be nice to have as a record here. Because I hear only good things from people. So there's that. And let's go back up in my notes, because we went on a We went on a wild ride. I'm gonna go back to where we were in the order that I wrote them. Thank you. Thanks again, Bruce. And then I'm gotta scroll back up because I'm way behind on the chat because of that discussion. But it was a discussion that was needed to be had, and I couldn't break it up. And of course, Spidey's here now. Triple summertime in Alpha. You're Ursa Major 9. Well, that's good. Yeah, it is. It's technically still summer. I feel like it's fall already, though. When is fall? It's next month, technically. And Canadian Spider-Man says, sometimes actors are so cringy that it's funny to watch. Yeah, it can happen. True. I just had a question in my head. I had to sush. Talking good trek and Berta Prey 5 looking down on us. We miss you, sir. Yeah, I do. I miss Berta Prey 5. I wish he could be here talking to us about Star Trek. He loved to sometimes come on my show. He didn't show up for every live stream, but when he did show up, it was always the best, and I always got a lot of good times with a good friend. And I miss listening to his bed life every weekday at 3 o'clock, where he would talk about his personal life. He would talk about his past. He would talk about his present and his future and everything. It was Yeah, I miss Bird of Prey 5 too. Scotty is describing Hollywood, but it applies to Ottawa and Washington as well. I did read that one before, but it's good to have a landmark here, chat that I saw before. So also Stream Elements, oh yeah, is also reminding me Bruce is the member, which is fantastic. All members are very, very, very appreciated. And I do need to update the scrolling text again for a few more that were added. We all want things. We have different things to trade. Some people make the wrong compromises. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's when you have to decide what your personal morality is and what you want to give up. I just saw that Terry Hatcher was in Star Trek once. Yeah, Terry Hatcher was in The Outrageous Okana. That's true. True story. Yeah, she was with on screen with Billy Campbell. She was a transporter operator, I think. True, Gene. Some people work hard to build things, to trade or develop a particular set of skills, like yourself. That's true too. Same year she passed, we lost Lemmy, David Bowie, and Alan Rickman. That's tough. That's tough. Didn't we also lose Leonard Nimoy the same year? Was that? I tend to remember birthdays better than death days, but for Leonard Nimoy, I remembered that because I cried all day. And yeah, that was also 2015, same year as Grace Lee Whitney. She was great when she was sober. When she was a mess, she was a tornado. That's how she describes herself in this book. I'm gonna show you this book 100 times. But this book is this book, she literally calls herself a tornado in this book. So you're not wrong. She was a tornado sometimes. Starlets instigate it too. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes. She was terrible at her lowest. And she is aware of it and she talks about it and she's not she's not, as Scotty calls me, gentle about it as I am about it because I want to I definitely want to appreciate her, as I said in the thumbnail. But you will get it raw from here. I maybe cook it at 95 degrees. Are we going to discuss crewman number 6? Oh, wait, that was Galaxy Quest. Yeah, Guy. Well, but Guy becomes a real member of the crew, right? He at the end of the movie, he becomes and he gets a name and a last name. So eventually it all works out for Guy. And Terry Hatcher was in Tango and Cash. The old man. I don't know how we got started talking about Terry Hatcher, but she's in Star Trek, so I will allow it. That said, Jill, I still want all the angels to look like her when I pass. They can be other people, but I want my eyes to just see Grace Lee Whitney. Aw. I recommend Wistful Drinking Drunk Scotty R37, says Mega Cropper. I'm glad you're here, Mega Cropper. Good to see you. And welcome to the stream. Snorty is addicted to seals and walruses, but just yeah, when you're full, you don't have to eat more. And yeah, food addiction is a thing too, and it's difficult. A weak self-discipline can be considered a disease in some circles. Maybe Spider-Man says to Old Man Bird, and I think it's a lot more complicated than that. I think it's more than discipline. I think it's something that is deep and buried in the soul that I do not quite understand. And I tried to read in this book. It is something more than that. I do recommend it as an interesting way to understand the human what the human mind goes through when they're addicted to something. That's the only time you play ping pong, Scotty, unless you're Forrest Gump or when you're drunk. Yeah, same. You learn a lot about Star Trek here. Been watching the whole stream. Drunk Scotty R37 had chores to do. Yeah, well, I don't know if he's drinking. Yeah, he's probably is, but he's doing really well. I'm not exactly paying attention to what he's doing on screen because I've got all these other screens. I got all these windows open. I've got notes that I'm going through, and we're talking about Grace and appreciating her contributions to the Star Trek universe and her how she developed in the Star Trek family, how she left the family, and how she came back, and everybody, yeah. So it worked out in the end. She recovered, and she helped a lot of people, apparently. If you had a friend that hit you with a coconut every time you touched a drink, you wouldn't be an alcoholic. Well, or you'd have a concussion every day. I don't know. Or you'd learn not to, yeah. Now that is good friend. Well, and that was her goal in life, to become a good friend. Oh, I'm guessing. And because she achieved it. Craig Ferguson said he misses smoking more than drinking at this point. Scotty sounds like my lizard brain, says Bruce Lombardo. Hmm. And Canadian Spider-Man just wants to party with Scotty in Australia. Oh, that sounds fun. Hippies treat their kids better than that, especially the adopted ones. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not sure about her mom. In one sense, I felt like she was good for adopting her, but then bad for being ashamed of having adopted her. That was like, wow, that was really kind of unpleasant to read, but it was like a thing of the times. Again, I can't make excuses for these people just because they were in the 60s. That's not good. Don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it would have been great to have her around for that female perspective, Bruce Lombardo. I agree. Yeah, a steady character. Yes, you can have other girls come on the show, but a steady female character perspective would have been great. Definitely, Bruce. And that's what she was there for. I think that she was supposed to fulfill that function, but it just never It just wasn't allowed to happen. Bruce, are you sending? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. That's the one you sent already. Okay. Okay. Then oh it was Old Man Bird who sent an super chat. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat of a clapping hands, a drink, and some popcorn. I hope you guys are enjoying this with a drink, and maybe you have popcorn too. That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. And so I do have more.
It's my favorite. Where did you get it? They don't have any in the ship stores.
It's a present.
I know, but where did...
Yeah, so that's when Charlie gives her some perfume, and then after having seen some guys slap each other on the butt, he does that to her, which was of course the wrong thing to do, and so he has to learn that that is not how you treat a lady. But that's Charlie X. It's a good episode. I really love Charlie X. A really tragic monster story. And let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, not hippies. Checking to see where we are in the chat. Oh, thanks. I didn't even know what a yeoman is, says Old Man Bird. Yeah, we're learning today. Hey, this is there. It's not a jail stream unless we learn some stuff. Hopefully, I learn not only learn but retain it. Learning is one thing. The retaining part is quite another. Sometimes you guys tell me the same things a few times, and it takes at least 3 or 4 times before I finally learn it. McCoy becomes a veterinarian. He's tired of people. Says James Concerta. That's funny. I think she was a commander in Star Trek 3. Well, she was definitely a commander in Star Trek 4, I guess. Um, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I think I have a list. Power Ranger Donnie says, I must go now. Thank you all. Have a great weekend, and may the power protect you all. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you for hanging with us. Did she marry? Yeah, she did. She did marry. And divorce, and marry, and divorce. Wait. Hold on. Let me see. There's see how that worked. My personal life. Grace Lee Whitney has a personal life. Her first husband, Stephen, was a freelance drummer. And that's she converted to Judaism for him, but she stayed Jewish for life. Even when she became a born again Christian, she was still Jewish.
Hang on.
And yes,
who's Jewish?
Grace Lee Whitney was brought up Christian by her mother, and when she grew up, she became Jewish for her husband, the man she was dating, Steven, who was a drummer that she met when she was performing, and they would perform together. And she went to school, and she became
Shul. It's pronounced
Jewish.
Shul.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
don't
no,
know the words.
I would totally convert to Judaism for the right lady.
Yeah, but she did it seriously, and she stayed that way her whole life.
But
even
also,
when she
like, if you're
embraced Jesus at the same time, so she combines the religion.
Can't do both.
She did.
The thing
she
is,
does it.
well, I guess.
She
But
did
the
it.
thing
She's
is,
proof.
even if you convert to Judaism, I don't think that you're one of the chosen people.
I don't know what all the complex interconnectivities of this are like, because it's a religion. It's it's a theology, but it's a religion, but it's also a culture, but it's also an ethnicity. So yeah.
I understand. And I'm just saying, like, in terms of weighing all of those
For her.
things, it's difficult to find, like, I could convert.
I don't know
to
why that
any-
matters, though.
Well, but sometimes, familially, and in the case of Grace Lee Whitney, she did it so that it would sort of fulfill a relationship goal of perpetuating, or not perpetuating, that seems a little harsh, but like continuing on the teachings of the religion in which the parents want to move forward. Anyway, this is getting I don't feel uncomfortable getting deep with the conversation because from what I've heard from you and what I've heard about her, is she is a deeper person than just being Yeoman Rand, and because of her struggles. I'm curious to investigate it, but I do know that if I start asking the questions that are like, so what is God, Jill? People are going to be like, Jesus
spiritual.
Christ.
She has a whole chapter about that where she talks about God and how she feels about how Gene feels about God. And so she definitely talks a lot about her faith also.
God is Gene Roddenberry's favorite villain or antagonist.
yeah. And so she talks about that. But anyway, she also it's what saved her. So
yeah. Oh, I have no
grace.
ill will. I have no amazing grace. No ill will.
Yeah, and it says she says here,
like, I know guys
once you
who
get
are
into the
footed.
drinking and the using, it's almost impossible to get out without the grace of God, which is what I give my credit to. Leonard Nimoy, who is also a recovering alcoholic, was so moved that he later wrote the foreword to my book. But that's how I began my recovery and my trek back to the studio to make amends, to do everything I had to do that.
And I do appreciate that she says recovering, because the situation is when you, I guess, accept the fact that you are an alcoholic, it is a constant state of vigilance, and it is always recovery, because you're only one step away from, well, again, as Craig Ferguson said, I don't have a drinking problem, but I can get one pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, she says that. Here it is. But I have to start new every day. I have to start the 12 steps every day. I have to commit to my life to him every day. And so,
And that's how I feel.
yeah.
That's how I feel about John Hamm.
You're going to commit your life to John Hamm every day.
I just watch an episode of Mad Men and be like, I can do the smoking, but not the drinking.
So let's see. She was married to Steve.
What was her last on-screen performance?
Hold on. I'm answering Eugene Bird's question first.
Okay.
She was married to Steve until 1966 from 1954, and then Jack Dale from 1970 to 1991. Both musicians in the rhythm section, as she says. And there you go. Old Man Bird. Her last performance, the last thing on her IMDb. I guess we could look that up if you'd like.
I hate to be, maybe I'm being celebratory or maybe I'm being morbid, but it would be so cool if her last on-screen performance was Flashback.
No, it wasn't. Trying to get back to the page. The last thing she did was a Star Trek fan series, Star Trek of Gods and Men.
Oh, I've heard that's good. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so
that's got a lot of people in it too. That's got Nichelle, George, Walter. It's got Cameron from Ferris Bueller. Sorry, Captain Harriman, a captain of the Enterprise B. It's got a lot of people. The Gods and Men.
Yeah, it says it is the year 2306. 13 years have passed since Captain James T. Kirk was swept away by the Nexus after saving the crew of the USS Enterprise B. What? The remaining crew members.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like
we know it as he saved the crew of the Enterprise D.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. That's anyway, I know. The remaining crew members of the original USS Enterprise have gone their separate ways. Captain Nyota Uhura, Captain Pavel Chekhov, like you said, everybody's captain, along with
Everybody's a captain.
Captain John Harriman of the Enterprise D, come together for a special dedication in honor of Kirk's Enterprise. Their reunion is cut short when they receive a distress call from a mysterious planet that presses the three friends to embark on a mission that will change their lives forever. There you have it. That's her last on-screen performance.
Well, I'm glad that she sort of embraced the fandom and the family.
In Star Trek 3, Rand is wearing a full commander's pin. Thank you, Mark Harkness. That's the right answer then. Hooray. She was transferred to another ship, says James Caserta. Yeah, Enterprise or the Excelsior.
Also, she never took a transporter ride, and she was all about the shuttles. She was complete Dr. McCoy after she turned, a bunch of people into.
I would believe that. She
out.
didn't. It wasn't her fault.
I know. There's always something though. But the thing, I know. I think there would always be something in the back of my mind. It'd be like, maybe I should have double checked something, power relays or something. But then later on in the movie, Spock does do he checks out an isolinear chip and says, I found out why your transporters aren't working. And so it was a fault with the mechanics. So yes, absolutely. Technically, engineeringly, it is not Rand's fault. However, the human adventure is just beginning.
Real Larry is here. Hello, real Larry. Music career. Did you mention her singing career? Yeah, we did. We mentioned that in some of her early stuff. And so she never really stopped being a singer, of course, when she would act and in between acting, she would do singing. So she would do music and she did tours. And of course, after Star Trek, she did some Star Trek music because who doesn't do a Star Trek
Does she have an album?
Yeah, she has like 13 songs for her 13 appearances in Star Trek.
I hate it when I leave at the wrong moment.
Well, I hadn't mentioned it yet. I hadn't mentioned that. I haven't listened to her music yet, but she has she has 13 songs for 13 times she was on Star Trek. So there.
No, but Larry, we learned through her music career that heroin is bad.
Yes, she didn't do the heroin though. She watched Billie Holiday do it.
Right, and she was like, "That is not my brand of vodka."
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's the name of the album, Disco Trekking. Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez.
Backed with Star Child.
Okay. All right. Disco Trekking. 2Ks.
And then
backed with Star Child.
Other recordings are USS Enterprise. Yeoman. Light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, heavens.
And Yeoman Rand. I'll just put it in there.
Yeah, just
put my notes in the chat because you seem interested.
You have a playlist on YouTube. Just put it in your playlist.
Oh, I could do that.
Make it a community note.
Sure. I'll tweet it. Okay. Yeah. So figuring out the discography or how to buy her music. I mean, I wish it would all just come out in one. I don't want to buy all these different things. Anyway.
We should see if we can get in touch with the estate of Grace Lee Whitney and make an omnibus
compilation. Yeah.
Of her writings and her performances. And how Criterion is putting up the Stanley Kubrick box set, and it's basically like an archive of Stanley Kubrick. Sure, let's do that for Grace Lee Whitney.
Oh, those poor. Okay, so apparently some newbie Trekkies are having some trouble with the broadcast order. Yeah, you got to tell them, Larry, to watch in production order. Streamers reacting to original Star Trek are watching in broadcast order and are confused when uniforms change back and forth. And yes, that is how a lot of new Trekkies decide that Star Trek doesn't make any sense from the beginning because of broadcast order.
I advocate 100% for broadcast order. Watching it in broadcast order for the first time, or no, sorry, did I say that wrong? I said that wrong. In production.
Production order is the right one.
It is the correct one.
Yeah.
It is the one where everything sort of matches up. And also, all the worst parts about season 3 aren't that bad when you watch it in production order.
Yeah, because you can watch it and half the season is really great. And then it's like, okay, everybody left home and they went home and you can tell.
I wouldn't even go that far. Because I think that they do in every other episode in production order. It's like, this one's shit, this one's good, this one's shit, this one's good. Like, I think that's what happens near the end of the 3rd season in production order. So, but I would say absolutely in production order. And I'm saying watch The Cage first.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Because you'll get a prequel.
You got to help
at
all
the very beginning.
Well, everybody here is highly educated Star Trek fans, so it's our jobs to find all of the people who need some help and give them some guidance on how to watch Star Trek. Because
and suggestions.
There's a best way, and it does
also,
not.
you should watch the Strange New Worlds episode where they go to Toronto and then they find Khan. You should watch that episode. There are Romulans in it, time traveling Romulan. Anyway, it's a piece.
But then isn't Canada blown up? What happened?
Part of Canada is blown up.
I don't know. I would not recommend watching Strange New Worlds.
I just the Toronto episode.
The Yeoman never had
the lower
a station to sit at.
The lower decks crossover. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she was running around the bridge, but she didn't have a station to sit at. That's true. What a
But she piloted the ship.
That's true. She did. That's why I played that clip. She piloted.
Didn't even crash the ship.
Right. Yeah.
So Yeoman Rand is better than Deanna Troi.
True.
Better pilot.
Oh, and didn't she become a counselor in one of the movies? Wasn't that one of her roles? Well, she was supposed to be. No, that's what it was. She was gonna be a counselor in Star Trek 4, but they cut the scene. So that almost happened. Okay, I got that. That's what happened there. That would have been neat. Then Trek ditched yeomans and picked up security officers and a psychiatrist with their own chair. Yeah.
I think they moved. Well, no, because you get Counselor Troi. Counselor Troi is kind of like a yeoman with a title. Even though yeoman is a title.
Well, and also a doctor degree, like a PhD.
Yeah.
MD,
sure.
Whatever. I don't know.
And so instead of having like a naval waitress, I guess it would be more accurate. It's more accurately referred to as being an attaché. Or if you wanted to go layman and civilian, you could say executive assistant.
Yeah, that's better. She's not just a secretary. She's not just a waitress.
1966, Jill.
Yeah.
1966.
She could do pretty much anything that the captain needed help with. It should not have been limited in that way. But hello to Kevin, Theme Park Adventures.
Hey, Kev.
Well, James. I'm not reading that.
What did James say? Why won't you let me read James's quotes?
James is being mean. That's why.
So what? That's what I'm here for. I want to hear the mean. She screwed up in the motion picture, must have been drunk. Yes, absolutely. She was. She did kill 2 people. Don't drunk beam. Come on. James has got some good stuff. It's fun to hang out. James, don't you stop being in them. You keep quoting regulations to me.
Franco Walker says, I didn't know about her music. Yeoman
Neither
just
did
stands
I.
around polishing their yes.
This is all brand new to me. I can't wait to listen to it. And the fact that it says disco trekking, I am already like, yee. So I
Scotty,
can't
it's
wait to
only
find out. I hope
Shul
it's good.
if
It might be
you
ringtone
live
worthy.
in Metro City.
Metro City, that's where Inspector Gadget lives. Boom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
Old Man Bird says, in the Bible, it says Abraham's workers could become part of his worshippers, but they had to get circumcised. No, she was not circumcised. That's not for girls.
Yeah, you don't circumcise girls.
Or, I mean,
you can, but it's weird.
That's called mutilation.
I agree with that assessment, Jill.
Yeah. Whitney worked as a nightclub singer and recording artist.
Wait,
Her
hang on.
Music background. Wait, I'm reading Larry.
I know. I just remember.
You have to wait.
I'm sorry.
Her professional music background spanned early big band and jazz tours with Spike Jones and Fred Waring, opening for Billie Holiday. Yeah, that was early in her life. Yes, Scotty? What did you remember?
Spike Jones. Oh, if you haven't heard the song Cocktails for Two, it is one of the greatest vocalizations of cartoon hysteria. And it's only available, and it is Spike Jones. And it is amazing. I don't know if they've animated it. I don't know what they've done with it, but just go for the original audio only. Spike Jones, Cocktails for Two. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay. And regarding everybody being a captain, Snortafupa says, you're a captain, and you're a captain, and you're a captain. Admiral Winfrey. That's cute. I like that.
Who's Winfrey?
Oprah Winfrey. It's a joke. It's like,
I don't listen to
you know how
hip-hop.
Oprah says, you get a car and you get a car. Everybody gets a brand new car. All you have to do is look for the keys under your seats. And we just pack the parking lot with a bunch of cars and you get to drive home in a new car. I don't know. She gave away cars.
Well, Jill, I don't mean to deviate too far away from the entire conversation, but when you win a prize in the United States of America, do you have to pay taxes on that prize?
You bet your bottom booty. Yeah, you definitely
right. So what Oprah Winfrey just did was a tax write-off. She just gave everybody taxes like it was you get a car, but you also get a car transmitted disease called tax. So
and you got to pay insurance. Fine. You got to pay insurance on it too, depending on the value of the car.
You got to ship it from Chicago or wherever the thing is. So although it's a great moment on television, I would like to know the logistics of everyone who got those cars.
Yeah, exactly. How many people just sold it so they wouldn't have to deal with expenses?
Yeah. Just get rid of it, and I'll take
Which I guess is still a good prize. I mean, if you still get some monetary benefit from it.
Yeah, but they're not gonna give you like the suggested market price.
That's too bad.
They're gonna be like, do you want the car? Or do you want $10,000? And it's like $10,000. Well, there's only gonna be 15% tax on that, and it's like, all right, well, at least I'm walking out with like whatever the math is on that.
Yeah. It paid for the vacation to come see Oprah.
Either way, it gets shittier and shittier as a prize the more you think about how you have to get in the car. Oh, is there a car under my? Do you have PIM particles? Can I make it bigger when I get home? No. You'll need a shipping container. It's like, come on.
Or you could drive it home or something. I don't know.
Well, what am I gonna do with my car?
Road trip.
I came by myself to this Oprah Winfrey taping, and all of a sudden I have to deal with the burden of a car.
Yeah, you're right. It is more trouble than it's probably worth. Why couldn't she just give me gold? Mark Harkness says
that's too heavy.
In Of Gods and Men, Charlie Evans escapes, seeking revenge on Kirk for abandoning him. Hurt that Kirk saved billions, but not him. He kills. Whoa.
Huh?
That's dark. He kills Kirk's mom before Kirk was born in a new timeline. Oh no, it's time travel.
Okay, so is Kirk still there, or is it like a
I
Sarah
don't know.
Connor, we killed Winona?
I don't know, but now I'm
I still
losing
think I do still think that Jim Kirk's mother's name is Winona. Is that canonical, or is that just something that I care about because of 2009?
Well, if it's in 2009, then it's not canonical to me. But
Yeah. Well,
um,
Leonard Nimoy's in it. He kind of
I
makes
do
it
love Leonard
canonical.
Nimoy.
He kind of says how everything happens. If you need a guide, you got Spock in the movie. So I think it all works out. I don't like where it branches to. I'm not happy about where it branches to. That I will never argue with you ever again. I understand. I have my preferences. You have yours. But
Thank you for
in
understanding
Star
that
Trek
I don't agree.
2009, it does say, "Hey guys."
Well, you said that
fork
again.
in
So
the
now we're
road.
repeating ourselves.
Well, you know my style.
Yes. Gary Mitchell takes over the galaxy because no one stopped Mitchell. Charlie finds Mitchell brainwashed Rand. To save her, Charlie goes back in time and deletes himself before he can harm Kirk's mother.
I still say that you guys got to read the
That's a little
Greg
dark.
Cox Q Continuum. I think it's a duology. I don't think it's a trilogy. And Peter David's Q book. Like those three, I would love to do a Q book club on those three.
Mm-hmm. That'd be cool.
It would be cool. I should get a channel.
You should. Start a channel. That'd be fun. Star Trek Continues has a counselor in the 4th season of Star Trek, the original series. Yeah, no, and I like her too. They did it right. They did the counselor right. And Star Trek Continues.
We always end up doing this. The actress's name is Miss Michelle Specht. What is the name of the counselor?
The name of the counselor in Star Trek Continues.
I love the character.
Yeah, you're right. I love the character too.
I cannot remember
McKenna.
the character.
Dr. McKenna.
I always, you know what? This is probably the 5th time that I've written down the name McKenna. And I'm gonna go by
it's a weird,
and be
it's
like,
a hard name to remember.
My dream diary is McKenna for apparent reasons.
Oh, it's something you said Larry wants you to shut up about. I don't know what.
I will.
He got excited and talked right over John. Yeah, he did.
I do that. Sorry.
They were killed in the motion picture when Kirk grabbed control of the transporter systems he wasn't familiar with. Huh? Oh. I know.
Really?
No. What? Most of them had to sell the car to pay the debts that came with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. His mom's name's Martha, obviously. Oh, Martha.
Yeah.
Why did you say that name?
Time travel is a waste of time because no one can write it anymore, says Larry. She was never named in the original series, so we do not have a name for Captain Kirk's mother.
Okay.
All New Trek sucks.
I'm fine with that. I'm okay. Shut up. I like some of it. I like
none of it.
That's fine. I like none of it too. It's a territory in northern Canada. But yeah, no, I'm just saying there are parts of it that I find entertaining. I'm not saying it's all going to be part and parcel of my gospel, but like there's some stuff that's okay to look at. Like I like Star Trek Beyond. I think Star Trek Beyond is amongst the best episodes of Star Trek put to film. I put it with Star Trek 5 good, because that is how you make a movie about the episodes of Star Trek. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And so it kind of pisses me off when people are like, anything after 2005 is a horse pucky. And I'm like, but
Anything
Star
after
Trek Beyond,
2005 is worse, Bucky.
Star Trek Beyond is good.
No, it's not good.
Oh, fuck off. Why won't
What?
you
We're
love
just
things
saying our
anymore?
opinions.
I
I do love
know,
things that are good.
but I just gave my opinion,
I
and
love
you were
I
like,
love that.
no, incorrect. You're supposed to, if you're
Oh, I'm not saying
acknowledging my
incorrect. No, I
opinion,
didn't say
you're supposed
incorrect.
to be like, I can see how that occurs for people who enjoy the new Trek. I myself don't enjoy the new Trek, but I'm glad that you get some enjoyment from it, is the correct thing to say. Instead of
No, you
saying,
can't. Okay,
why
now you're
aren't you
calling me
chugging your
incorrect.
own vomit out of the toilet that you just made us all listen to?
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you understood me. That's good.
Yes, I did.
No,
I caught up.
that's not what I said at all. You said your opinion
Alright.
and I said mine, and they can both exist.
I suppose.
And
And
I'm
they
not
should.
incorrect
Nor
for
am I.
saying that Beyond is vomit. That's how I interpret that anyway. Okay, so Kirk. Yeah. So anyway, Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
That was a fun game. Thanks, Jill.
Yeah. So we did get Rand in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, as we mentioned already. She was gonna be Gene Roddenberry was talking to her about coming back for phase 2. Before that was not a thing anymore. Okay, here it is. Here's the Gene Roddenberry quote. Here's the Gene Roddenberry quote I wanted to read.
Yes.
So here it is. The mistake I made with Rand, and I regretted it many times, was the network said to me, we've been meeting on this, and we think what you should do is get a different, exciting young lady every week rather than the same one. And I had said no so many times to the network that I thought I maybe should give them a yes this time. But looking back now, I would have kept Rand on the show, and I'm sorry I didn't. I know what a disappointment it was to Grace Lee Whitney, as it was to Majel, to be the number 2 in line and then be gone. But producing is not a science, and sometimes we make mistakes. So that is,
and I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, that is a pretty good quote. And this quote comes from the a 50-year mission, the first 25 years complete. Uncensored oral history. And so essentially, I guess, Roddenberry told her about those regrets and brought her back for the motion picture, which was good. And she was in 4 of the movies. And that was great. Yeah. So
Not in 2.
Not in 2, but Whitney got in touch with Susan Sackett and was invited to meet at Roddenberry's office. And he was happy and excited to see her and immediately offered her a spot on phase 2 and told her that removing Rand was the biggest mistake he'd made, saying the character should have stayed so that when Captain Kirk came back from having affairs with all these other women, he'd have to deal with Rand. What a great plot thickener that would have been. Well, I mean, it's the money penny thing, right?
Well, yeah, if you want to romanticize it, I would say it's more like Don Draper and Birdie from Mad Men, where it's like, I'm going to go philander around his wife, Betty Draper.
Rand is not Captain Kirk's wife, so it's not like that. Sorry.
Right, but the thing is that I think it would be a misogynistic get out of jail free card if every week Jim would be able to beam down to a planet and plow something and then come back and be like, do you still love me, Rand, Janice?
Well, but it was never like that. That never happened. It was
because thankfully they wrote
it was well written.
I don't think
not thankfully. I don't think so. I think it would have been fine.
No, but I'm still affectionate towards Rand's character. I just think that she fulfilled her presence. I don't know how it would positively. I'm glad that she returned to the franchise.
We'll never get to see it. Yeah, me too.
I know.
Yeah, but she was in Star Trek 3, although she just stands there. But just her expression was good. She's just
Silent
like, oh, those silly kids. She was great at that with her expressions and her body language. was incredible.
How long did it take you to remember that, or sort of recognize the first time you saw it? Were you like, oh my God, it's Janice?
I don't know. I don't remember, but it is always
I
fun
did not.
when you
I did not.
recognize the person. Well, because she didn't have the cone head, like as we described. She didn't have
She's
the
a
beehive.
redhead in that. She looks
Yeah.
completely different.
Oh, I think somebody in the chat said that earlier. Was that she's a redhead? New Trek is not Star Trek. Period. Real Larry. This is the PSA. Yep.
Everybody loved. What's that one with Sam Witwer as Captain Kirk, where they deep fake Bill's face on Sam Witwer, and everyone went all Donkey
No, I don't
Kong
like
over
that. I
that
know
and
it's so,
said
but I'm
it was the
consistent
best
though. I
thing
don't
in the
like that either.
world. That's New Trek.
I didn't
So,
do that.
I
It is
didn't
New
either.
Trek. Yes. She
I didn't
returned
either. But I do
explicitly
like
as
Lower
Commander
Decks.
Rand.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we can't all be perfect.
Thank you.
She returned explicitly as Commander Rand in Star Trek IV. So yes, she was in. Unfortunately, she didn't get a bigger role as Leonard Nimoy tried to give her, because there was some pages of dialogue that were trimmed away.
Well, and it also builds on, like, she's in Starfleet headquarters and she's wiping up stuff like water and rain and stuff from the giant typhoons and hurricanes because of the probe. And so she's there and she's being a communications officer in the hub of Starfleet. And so it does, feed into her character being the communication / first officer on the Excelsior.
And she's explicitly the communications officer on the Excelsior, and possibly first officer, although not officially.
See, and that's the thing.
She gets a lot of lines, a few lines at the beginning of Star Trek 6. Not much after that, though.
But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out when we watch Flashback, because it's been a while for me, and she may expound on it because she's got a couple scenes.
Oh yeah, in Flashback, it's probably the most lines that she gets in any Star Trek performance.
No,
you don't
she
think
got
so?
more. Yeah,
You
no,
think
she
she
gets
got more in
lines.
Charlie X?
I was gonna say Miri even.
Or Miri. No, I don't think she gets a ton of lines in Miri, actually. She's there a lot, but there's not a. I mean,
they just
there's
keep
a very
throwing
important
purple
scene.
grapes at her face.
And she gets a hug from Captain Kirk.
Yes, I thought that was in the Corbomite maneuver. I thought that when they thought they were all going to die, they do a little bit of a.
Well, they think they're all going to die in Miri too.
Yeah, well,
because they're diseased. They got splotchies.
They got the leprosy.
Yes.
The old people leprosy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got that. What did you call the actor? Oh, it's that guy who he always plays a young person, but he's like 11,000 years old. The guy who
Michael
plays
Pollard?
Bonk on that, is that him?
Yeah. I hope I said his name right. I think so.
Okay. I think it's
Michael Pollard.
Michael Pollard, yes.
Yeah, he's 30, but so was the actor for Charlie X was 30, but he played 17.
That's true.
So it happens more often than you may suspect. And of course in Harry Potter we also have Moaning Myrtle, who is 30, playing a Hogwarts kid.
Oh, don't get me started, Jill.
I won't. It's too late, isn't it?
I love the way Myrtle moans, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah. And that's what we'll do. We're going to do Flashback on the 4th. I've decided. Specifically because it's also the kids have off of school, so speak a little longer on that day because my schedule is going to go back to being a little more restrictive after next Friday. Actually, next Friday I'll have to quit the show at around 2:30, which would be about 20 minutes ago.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but we'll work through it. It'll be fine. But
well, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen Down Periscope since the 90s.
Oh yeah, that'll be next Friday. That'll be great. And it's good. It's good to have a restricted time limit for that because it's a comedy. It'll be easy to review. She praised okay, so Grace loved being on Voyager. She enjoyed working with Kate Mulgrew and Tim Russ. So that's nice.
But she hated
of course,
George
Takei. No, she loves George Takei, but I mean she already loved him. So it didn't matter. So I was just that was like an aside at the end there. But that was the 30th anniversary celebration, so it'll be funny that our first live stream during Star Trek month is a celebration of a 30th anniversary celebration during the 60th anniversary.
I like that idea though. I saw a couple of YouTube videos talking about it, and it's like it's the 30th anniversary of the 30th anniversary of Star Trek, and we got so much better at the 30th anniversary than we are getting at the 60th. Like,
yes,
it is embarrassing how good they treated Star Trek 30 years ago, as opposed to, I don't know, did you guys hear that there's a puppet episode with a bunch of fucking weirdos? Like,
well, that's not a Star Trek episode.
Yeah, I know, right? And so there would have been something that would have been better if they actually had a sense or the planning to actually make something good. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. This is like, the end of a Slurpee when it's all ice and you've taken all the flavor and there's still a little goo. And it's like, oh, what do we got here? It's like, the rest of Kurtzman. And so we're going to get something good, better.
Oh, it's not good.
I'm going to say, no, it's terrible.
I hope
it's
so.
all out of flavor. No. And I hate to say it, guys, but we might have to wait for 15 years now to finally get a return to form.
I'm going to be old. Damn.
Well, don't worry about it, Jill. We all are.
That's not fun.
And but the thing is that we're working towards the 75th, and those are the days worth living for. Like, we are boldly going where no one has gone before. We have just lost a terrible producer, and let's not say we lost him. We know where he is, and thank fuck. But
hopefully we lose him. I don't want to know where he is.
We're going bigger and better.
Yeah, he wasn't at the convention. He wasn't at
this
the
is going to be that unfortunate period in a musician's discography, and they're going to be like, yeah, I wish I didn't take up the banjo. And it's like, but I liked the banjo years, and I'll be that guy. But the thing is that they'll probably return to form. They'll probably do it on HBO or whatever. They'll figure out a way. And it's coming. Good Trek is coming back. It always does.
Oh, and I speaking well, hopefully good Star Trek comes back. I haven't seen it. I'll believe it when I see it, and if it takes 15 years, then so be it.
That sounded like a rallying cry for Independence Day, and then everybody on the tarmac were like, yeah.
Yeah, well,
you don't believe it can get better.
It's hard to get excited about something that hasn't happened, that we haven't seen any evidence of. Like a hope, like I know some people are excited about Star Trek United, but I don't even know if that's going to happen.
That's not a thing, and those people are wishful. Same as the Axanar people. Same as the Legacy people. Like, you got three camps. Gross. I know. I'm not saying any of them are good. I'm just saying, like, this whole Star Trek United with Bakula coming back. If you're a Star Trek fan and you want a prequel, shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker. Sorry about the swear. You can edit that.
Well, speaking of swearing, I gotta catch up with the Rumble chat. I
am the patron saint of the Rumble chat.
Yes, you are. I didn't read a lot of Rumble, so let's see where we are. AC was here, said Mary's town was Mayberry, just like every other town in Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
And we have at least
Edith
6 more
and-
weeks of summer.
Oh. Yeah, when does summer end? What is the official end of summer?
I guess
Like
6
in terms of
weeks. I'm just
solstice.
like sometime next month, and then I get my hour back. That's what I'm waiting for, to get my damn hour back. That's when the
I
summer's
thought-
over for me.
No, but I thought I heard something on the internet that like daylight savings was either it was just like wiped out.
What? I'm not
I
going to
thought
get
that
my
they
hour
said
back.
everybody. Yeah, I don't know. Look it up. I don't know. I read it on the internet, so
I'm
it
gonna
must be
I'm gonna
true.
march to Washington and protest that I want
But
an
do it
extra
an
hour
hour
of sleep.
early so everybody's annoyed.
Yeah. My mother
Or an
hated
hour
Star
later,
Trek
it's up to
mainly
you.
because Kirk was a ladies' man, says EC was here. But I mean, it's like it's so over exaggerated because seasons 1 and 2, when Kirk does that stuff, it's to save the ship. It's never because, well, unless it's like a pre-existing relationship where it was an old girlfriend, then it's something more. But it's usually all of that stuff is mostly in season 3, where it was just like, why is he doing this? Just because he can.
Yeah, but also the same thing can be accused of Captain Picard, because Patrick Stewart was like, hey guys, put me in more episodes where I'm an action hero, and then you get Starship Mine. Or like,
Yep.
oh, put me on a planet with some sexy chicks, and Captain's Holiday. And so like these things can be requests of the actors and be like, hey, can I get laid more so I can do more kissing scenes? My marriage, it's on the rocks. And so, yeah, like there are production answers to all of our flights of fancy.
I suppose.
Well,
AC was here, says Roddenberry said that the reaction of the audience was why he had to not have a female first officer. Was it the audience? I thought it was the network.
yeah, I thought it was the network because it wasn't aired until like 1986.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody saw the cage until later. Until somebody ran a. It would be cool to go back in time and be there when Barrett was putting the tape on the projector or whatever it is. And EC was here, says it was Lucille who approved production of Star Trek. Yeah, but she didn't know what it was, but she was like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the romance attributed to Lucille Ball. However, I think that everyone just has a pinup without knowing the history. It's kind of like Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah. Well, we got lucky with her.
Oh, totally.
I would say.
Thank heavens. One of the most powerful women in television history from the onset did save a show, and she had no idea what it was, but they needed to rent out their equipment. And so they were like, okay, you can take our cameras, our sets, our studios, sound equipment, whatever you need for your celebrities at sea.
And Empire State Railfan says, yikes, next Friday is almost in September. Yeah, it's getting close. Summer ends at the autumnal equinox, but for us, the summer weather continues into October, says EC was here. Yeah, you must be south like I am. Allegedly, a bill is under consideration for that.
Yes, that's what I heard.
There you go. Then we caught up with the Rumble chat. Thanks, guys, over there. I try to remember to read over there every once in a while. And
see,
that's
I'm
always
not
good.
much of a night owl anymore, but when I go outside and it's still room temperature, I'm happy. The days are hot, but at night, very comfortable. And so you do tend to figure out how the days are and the nights are. And it's like, oh, this is fun. Okay, I can wear a sweater. I can put on a sleeve, a scarf, what have you. But then all of a sudden in Canada, the door just slams and it's like, okay, it's cold now. Doesn't usually happen until October. but there is a
And
moment
then you
where
have to
it's
then
just
you have to fix your tires again. You guys
yeah,
are with your
exactly. I
tires.
gotta
You have to do tire stuff.
oh, lady, you know what? That's why we're friends, is because you're gonna end up yelling at me and being like, "Did you fix your tires?"
I don't even know. But Canadian Spider-Man says, assimilate this, and he wants me to play it. I know it.
Oh, play it. It's good.
Yeah. And
Why
yeah, there you
why
are.
can't we see the thing blow up?
Cause I'll clip it later.
All right. Well, the whole point of seeing assimilate this is that we want to see the thing
See
blow
the
up.
boomy boom. Yeah, that makes sense.
Pew pew.
But at least I have Worf.
All right. That's what we all
Yeah.
say.
New Trek is horse manure. Yep. New Trek is not Star Trek. And
I think that you
Franco's
are
cutting off.
old. Franco, bye, Franco.
Franco?
Too
What?
much fish.
Franco? No. He's just cutting off Snortopoopas from more fish. He's had enough.
All right.
Majel was number 1. Yes, she was. Well, we will talk about Majel Barrett next month. On Tuesday, September 8th.
Yes.
It's going to be our Star Trek show, which is going to be a little out of order, but it is the actual Star Trek day, so it's going to be pretty fun. And at one point, Franco laughed. Keith said, so far, no crazy calls. If I was watching the Outcast Creative, I would have had 3 by now. The Outcast Creative, oh, I wonder if he's doing anything today. I do know UK Danger Man must be live already talking about the puppets. Paramount doesn't care.
Jesus. All right. Have you decided who you're going to raid?
Not yet.
All right.
That's true, Franco, but it's one of the last Fridays in August. I doubt anybody's working. 15 years, I may not be around. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's
not a matter of I'm sorry. Like the
it is. It sucks.
Well, but the reality of the situation is that I'm never going to see the last James Bond movie. No matter how long I live, I am going to die, and they are going to make another James Bond movie. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Life is a party that you are asked to leave.
Well, and Empire State Railfan says, "Oh, is the fun over?" Well, I don't know. If Scotty needs to go, he can. But I'm reading the chat. I've got more things. Let's see. I don't know what else I have. Let's see. But I want to. I'm very close to the end of the chat. Give me a minute here, guys. Man, I don't know why I feel rushed.
Stop yelling.
Nobody's even yelling at me. I'm just feeling the impending doom.
The impending doom
of the end of the live stream. I don't like ending live streams. It's evidenced by the length of my live streams. I watched the original series for the first time in the 70s, loved it instantly, and got the rest of my family watching. Nice. That's really good. It's summer here. I'm gonna go tubing in the river shortly. Oh, that's a great idea. It didn't play? It played for me.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. And so, okay, we talked about that. Oh, she was supposed to be in Squire. Got those two. Because the person writing the episode, Schneider, included Rand in the script, and he didn't realize she was fired like 2 weeks before. So he had, so that had to be fixed.
You keep saying fixed.
Well, I mean,
and the answer is covered up or written out, or it didn't have to be
both
fixed.
Are correct. Both are correct.
Well, it depends on which side of the power structure you're looking at it from. Fixed is, all right, get her out of here.
It's the correction of the script is also fixing the script, and I'm not. I don't know. You're arguing about synonyms. Phased out. Yeah, true. That's a good one too. Adapted. And also Galileo 7. I think we said that one. And of course, as I mentioned already, she's been in fan productions, including the Gods and Men that we talked about, but also the New Voyages. She was also in World Enough and Time in the New Voyages, where she was on the Excelsior with George Takei. So that's fun. Like, there's so much Star Trek that I haven't seen. I need to see that.
You're in for a treat.
Can't wait. I've been told to watch New Voyages, but I haven't yet.
Well, it's a honka burnin' love.
That's the most important part of making Star Trek, is to have some love in it, and that's essentially what's missing.
James Cawley is a honka burnin' love.
And Rand was also portrayed by Megan King Johnson in the New Voyages. Interesting. That's cool.
Oh, wow. See, I didn't know there was a fan casting, or sorry, for a fan production. I didn't know that she was adapted in. Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah. No, I just learned that myself just a second ago. Because sometimes I just like collect this information and I get the sources down, but then I don't read it yet until we're live, because I'm like, oh, some leftover information. Let's see what happens.
Yes. Jill is now performing the information Roomba part of the conversation.
Speaking of which, when the comic book series by IDW Publishing, based on the 2009 film, revisited the events of that episode, the Galileo 7, this was changed to allow Rand to appear. I did not know I was reading filth until I got there. Damn it. But it had to do with Galileo 7. I don't know why that has to do with 2009. That doesn't make any sense.
See, but then again, in terms of exploitation, I'm thinking about like, oh, was Rand in the Mudd's Women? It's like, no, she wasn't.
No.
There were three other women.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to pay for her. Like,
well, but no, also she's Starfleet, so you don't need.
No, but
you
it's
don't need
also.
Why would she?
Well, but it's also one of those things where, you know, when you watch a Star Trek Next Generation episode and then Troy is absent, noticeably absent. And it's like, wouldn't her empathetic psychic qualities be beneficial in this? Where is she? And no one even makes mention of her. It's just like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense for Yeoman Rand to be there for the Mudd.
Mm-hmm. Mail order bride women. Yeah, that's Bud's women. Yep. I'm not going to say that Scotty needs to be fixed. Well, that's completely different.
What, like Bob Barker says?
Like
spayed
or
neuter?
Spayed or neutered, yeah. Yeah. Well, for humans, we call it a vasectomy, or what do they call it for ladies? I don't even know. Tying tubes.
The tube tying. Whatever. You can't get anybody pregnant if no one will do the coitus with you. So it's it's abstinence.
Well, there are turkey basters, but
Trekkie basters? Don't worry, Fan Expo is showing up next
year. Turkey, not Trekkie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't know.
Tubal
Although that could be a whole different thing.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Larry, for how to sterilize a human woman.
Yeah.
And thank you, Jill. I'm very, very happy to hear. You know, if you have any questions about your own sterilization, talk to your doctor.
Well, it's just going to happen naturally over time for everybody.
Wow. I heard it through the grapevine, and now I'm imagining that I'm losing my mind.
And, well, Yeah. Oh, okay. So, away from, she also moved to California at one point, and in 2011, she was living on a 30-acre property near her children and grandchildren. Aw, that's nice. She did have really, really great later years. When she was 81, she was still going to the gym 3 times a week and line dancing. I guess she liked to line dance. And she continued to go to Star Trek conventions right up until then to talk about, obviously Star Trek, but also her sobriety and helping people with their addictions.
I would love to have gone to a Grace Lee Whitney AA meeting.
Yeah, it was at any Star Trek convention she was at.
Any Star Trek convention.
You would have got it. That's it. Awesome. There's no fix for Scott. Tubal ligation. Oh, that's the technical term. A woman is an adult female. Libtards don't know that. Well, yeah, I have no problem reading that. I think I know what a woman is. And, I'm one, definitely. And I also think that Zephram Cochrane from First Contact knows what a woman is.
I built this ship so that I could retire to some tropical island filled with naked women.
And I don't know. I just wanted to play that. I don't know. I'm getting silly now. Did I play all of the Rand clips that I had?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Let's see.
That's
where I am now. I have, let's see. If I have any more, they'll be in this folder. I do
want to say one more thing about Star Trek 6.
Well, how did you do that?
I can do a lot of card tricks.
What did you have to say about Star Trek 6?
When she is introduced on the bridge of the Excelsior, it is like almost a classic sort of like introduction. The movie itself is paying attention, and it's like Rand is here, and I do appreciate it very, very much.
That is beautiful. Yeah, and it's really appropriate too. Long overdue and achieved. That's an achievement for Star Trek there.
So did she die in a car accident?
I don't know.
How did
she died?
Is she still alive? Am I talking
No, she's
of
not.
her?
No, she is dead. She died.
This is what happens when you don't read the end of the book, Jill.
She died on May 1st, 2015 in her home in Coarse Gold, California. She turned 85 exactly 1 month earlier.
Nice.
And she died of natural causes, so not a car accident.
Okay.
And Jonathan Dweck told the Associated Press that's her son, that she would have liked to be remembered as someone who survived addiction and helped others do the same. And her other son was named Scott.
Hey, that's my name.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what the hell was that? Why is it when I said my name, you turned me into a murder monster who destroyed Grace Lee Whitney? That I am offended.
She came back. It's okay.
The very next day.
If Scotty's wrong, I don't want to be right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Canadian
You're a
Spider-Man.
very, very supportive person.
I do believe.
Yeah.
There is nobody more supportive of Scotty R37 than Canadian Spider-Man. I think that he wins the cake on that one. Because even I am not that supportive of Scotty. I'm pretty supportive, but Spidey's better at it.
I am appreciative. I don't want to qualify. I think you all are great. And thank you for letting me play.
You are great. I am great.
Oh, what happened to my... There it is. I want the Yeoman Rand deck of cards. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You know what? There's no
Hello.
nacelle company Rand.
There should be.
Yeah. Is there a Yeoman Rand Playmates figure?
That is the... You have to... I've never seen...
I'll check. I'll look.
Have one. I've never
All
seen
right,
it.
hang on a second. I gotta go check this out.
Wes Cagle, hello to Wes Cagle. How are you today on this wonderful Friday? Hope you're doing well. We are nearly done with this live stream, so we're going to be finishing up soon. But
How
before we
long?
go, just long enough for me to figure out who to raid and
Okay, so I got like 15 minutes. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. 15 minutes. How long are you going to be away? Because I need somebody to talk as I'm looking for a raid, someone to raid. So, but if you're going to be gone, then I guess the show's continuing until Scotty gets back, and this is the portion of where I will actually read the book. Maybe I will just read the book. All right. Trelane, greetings. I'm lagging behind live, but I don't care. It's running smooth. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that the live stream is running to your approval. And so, but I think that this is what I'm grateful that she was a part of Star Trek, and that I'm glad that I could have a stream about her today, and that I'm capable of talking to you about it. I definitely recommend the book. I always recommend all of these books, all of the books that are associated with each actor, and this is a very good Star Trek book. And Grace Lee Whitney book. It is her story. Okay, I'm just randomly reading. After we finished shooting The Naked Time on July 11th, we started right on Charlie X with director Lawrence Dobkin. Screenwriter Dorothy Fontana wrote a beautiful part for me as the object of a troubled young teenager's first crush. Yeah, that's essentially what Charlie X is. Essentially, but she is great at talking about Star Trek in terms of what the episodes are, what they're about, and what they mean to her. And so this is definitely worth reading. She says, soon Captain Kirk learns the reason Charlie survived on Thasus all those years was that he was not alone. There are Thasians who with incredible powers, and they taught those powers to Charlie so he could survive.
I figured out that what I wanted to do was going to take longer than what you wanted to do, so I'm here.
Oh, to help me, so because I needed somebody to talk as I go figure out someone to raid, and that's why I started reading the book. But it's just essentially, I know how I said that James Doohan was a Star Trek fan because he spent 100 pages talking about his favorite Star Trek episodes. Well, Grace does the same thing, but she doesn't she didn't set aside a chapter or here are my 100 favorite episodes. I don't remember how many Scotty picked, but he picked a bunch of episodes. But she intersperses the stories, and then she's talking about herself 1 second, and then suddenly talking about an episode, and that's fun too. That's also makes it a good read. Playmates,
that makes sense.
Rand figure from 1996. Could you just say the name of the book again? I missed it. Oh, sure, absolutely. And I will show it to you once again because I am capable of being on camera. I've been on and off camera today. But here it is. It is The Longest Trek. My Tour of the Galaxy. Let's see if we get the whole thing in here. There it is. And usually if it's somebody else, I do this. So there you go. Isn't that better? But of course, Grace Lee Whitney. And it's a little difficult to read. They got red on black there, which is maybe not the best. Bored by Leonard Nimoy does look good because it's white on the black pants. But I chose red for Grace's name too, so I don't blame him. Good. That's the book with the promotional photo as the cover. But yes, if you can, Mr. Brown starts in 50 minutes. Right now, we've got UK Danger Man. I'm gonna see who I can rate on, YouTube. And tomorrow Shore Leave at 10 p.m. for my show. I'm gonna have Shore Leave at 10. We're gonna talk about stuff and things, and I'll come up with things to talk about. And
I got a lot of problems with you people.
And I guess Scotty will be airing his grievances. It's not quite Festivus yet, but okay. And so, also, let's see. This Tuesday will be Twilight Zone. Yep, more Twilight Zone. So, Scotty, could you tell us what you'll be up to tonight and the rest of the week, or whatever you want to talk about?
Well, this evening I'm going to be on with Cinema Gulp. We're going to be talking about all of the movies that we've seen over the summer. It's going to be great. I know that a lot of the Cinema Gulp regulars should be there, from Sly Snide Cat from the Phantasmagorium, Elvirus from Cinema Gulp is going to be there, and obviously Ben, myself. So that's what we're doing this evening. And more people. I can't
guarantee I'll be there, but a cameo is possible for me.
Well, you've seen more movies than I have this summer.
Well, and you mean in theater, technically, you're right. But I mean, do I really want to spend 15 minutes talking about monsters versus minions?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, and also, what about 4 minutes? Just 4 minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes then. I will come up with a 4-minute speech about it. It was really cute. I don't know if I can say much more than that. It's a modern day Animaniacs kind of movie. I liked it.
Well, and speaking of Animaniacs, I want to give a big shout out to Coyote versus Acme. That's coming out next week. I erroneously said that it was coming out today on one of your streams a little while ago, but it's not coming out until next week. So I am going to be going to see that. In fact, I don't even know if I'm going to make down Periscope, because I am going.
Well, that's okay, because I have a special
Acme.
guest. Yeah. And so if you can't make it, I understand. Obviously, I want you there.
I know, but I have a choice between seeing two cartoons. Maybe I'll see it on Thursday. So
that's true too. Yeah, work around my schedule,
and
Scotty.
Also,
no, it's fine if you have to see me.
There is something amazing about the Phantasmagorium. There is a long history. If you go to the YouTube channel, check it out. It looks, I don't know what's going on with Phantasmagorium. I am a friend of the channel. I am no longer a managing participant. So I love those guys. I am a part of the creative process, but I have no idea what's going on. But it looks like they're missing out on their StreamYards. And so I don't know what they're up to. I don't know what they're doing. I think there's a Patreon. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm an idiot. And so, the Phantasmagorium does need support if you enjoy that content. I like them. They're all my friends. And those are the 3 things that I would like to.
Awesome. And can you pick something else to talk about? Because I still have to look for I'm still looking for someone to rate on Rumble. And Wes Kegel
what
says,
if I just
love
said
having
no?
Baloney. Well, then I have to
not
narrate
raid.
What I'm doing.
I'm gonna say yes. Just keep going. Keep going.
Okay. I love having baloney in my slacks, says Wes Kegel. Or Anna.
Totally insane.
Okay. Here's the show's name. Okay, chat.
Pushed me down and maced me.
Tomorrow night will be the airing of Grievances. Surely. Wait, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking about.
Yay! Well, I guess short anything can happen on shore leave. So sure, why not? Come
True.
complain.
I'm going to a physical media sale tomorrow, and I do not want to spend any money. I have decided what movies I am going to get, and I know that I am going to end up spending approximately $100 more than I want to. So
okay.
So
well,
I will see you
just
tonight and
set
tell
it-
you about my
set-
booty.
Well, tomorrow night. Tell us about it tomorrow night. That way that we can have a show and tell segment. Okay, let me see who's live on Rumble. We've got a lot of choices. Like I'm not rating Roseanne Barr, but she's live.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
It is a weird one, right? But I got
Like
some
if it
friends
was
here
Tom
who are-
Arnold. No.
Oh, well, Low Spec Linux Gaming is streaming.
Totally low spec.
UFO
But what about-
AI? What the
But what
heck
about-
kind of game is this? This looks
But
neat.
what about Tony Down Under? I know is he done?
Yo, I don't know.
He rated you, so I was curious if you wanted to.
I liked Evil Enigma. I don't see Tony yet, but Evil Enigma. I am following him, so if he's streaming, he'll pop up.
Well, I don't know how
Let's
to
see.
fix
Baked
this.
Linguini, Bright Gaming. I like Bright Gaming a lot.
Oh, okay.
There's so many I could pick from. I like everybody, but
Did I tell you
I'm only
guys that
gonna
I got
grade one.
the Lego Star Wars Skywalker saga? Really having fun with it.
Oh, the Lego game. Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Sci-Fi for Me TV's on too. I'm naming all these things because I can't read everybody, but I am.
Is
you know what?
Alex
I'm gonna.
Jones?
I don't. I am not. I don't follow Alex Jones. I don't know if he's on Rumble. Probably.
I don't know. I don't even know if he likes Star Trek.
That's a problem. It's got. If I don't care who you are, if you like Star Trek and you have a YouTube channel, and I find out, I probably will subscribe. But otherwise, I'll be like, I don't really.
Oh, you're a Star Wars guy. Fine. Not unsubscribed.
and so I found somebody to raid. So let me go in here and we're gonna raid.
Press the button.
We're gonna go with Low Spec Linux Gaming.
DJ Ronnie G.
Is he here? DJ Ronnie G, great to see you. Yeah, no, Tony is not streaming again. Even Tony isn't streaming because I think he had the Tony Stark isn't streaming because he had a live stream yesterday, which I missed. I didn't realize he had a hangout. I love to hang out. Totally missed it. It was on Rumble. Oh, that sounds like a real treat. Noted. Spidey, thanks for the heads up. Oh, afternoon naps? I don't know. Naps are good. Shore Leave will be on in the middle of the night for Franco. Oh, I know. When it's a nighttime show, it is too late for you, Franco, and that's okay.
Don't worry about it, Franco. All of the shore leaves are in the middle of the night for me too. So.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if there was anybody else who said anything on Rumble before we close this out. Let's see. There's a scroll. Had fun hanging, Joe and Scotty. Thanks. Show and tell segment. I like that. Yep. That's it. Then we're caught up over there.
So send $100 to my OnlyFans, and then I will send.
But what would the benefit of that be?
I will send pictures of my feet.
Does anybody want pictures of that? I don't know.
The internet's a weird place. People want pictures of feet all the time. Like I could take pictures of you and then take pictures of my feet and say they were your feet, and we could split the profits. we would get $100 a picture. And it'd
I
be
don't
like,
know.
oh my
Like,
God,
that would be disturbing.
I love Jill's feet.
Well, this sounds like a scam.
It's not a scam. Well, wait. Yes, it is.
Anyway, we're not doing that. I'm not doing that. Scotty's
Go
not
to the
really
merch
doing that.
store, everybody.
I should get that. I should do that, but I don't know.
Don't
I
take
don't know what
pictures
to
of your
merch.
feet, baby.
I'm not.
Why did I
I'm
call you
not gonna
baby?
do that.
That is so
I don't
fucking
know.
weird.
That was weird because you're talking about feet. As soon as you say the word OnlyFans,
Yeah,
the
I
entire
know.
degeneracy is
All of a sudden, I turned into
amplified.
Robert Evans. I'm sorry.
Okay, I forgive you.
Thank
Ew, Scotty. Ew.
Yeah, it was. It was totally
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
It
all
was
of this
totally
is you.
you.
Like, can we just I just want to thank everybody for hanging out today. It was just Scotty and I talking about Grace Lee Whitney, but that's still really great. I do like to try to make these parties. I did share out the link, but we didn't have any fishes. But
Wait,
it's
you
okay.
can't say that.
It's I don't know. A panelist. We
That's
didn't
better.
get some fun for friends to come hang out with us.
Conversationalists.
But we did in the chat. We had lots of people in the chat, and that's great. I really appreciate any conversation we're able to have. Oh, the YouTube chat broke, so I can't see. Gotta
Well, and it's
refresh it.
great for it. It is fun to engage, guys. Thank you.
Mhm.
And ladies, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah,
And
so
all
number one.
what?
Okay, so we've
What
got
was it in Nemesis? And all transgendered attendants.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Max Redstone was here. Thank you, Max. Sashi, West K Gold Brogu, Mega Cropper, Real Larry, Old Man Bird, Power Ranger Donnie, PvP. Oh yeah, PvP was here for a bit.
Hell
Morgan
yeah.
Luck, Canadian Spider-Man, Keith E, Small Time Republic, Mark Harkness, Snortopupus Cuber. Thank you so much. Lots of wonderful chats from you. And James Caserta. Lots of disturbing chats from James.
I'm on Jim's
Franco Walker.
side.
Yeah, I know. Somebody's got to be on James Caserta's side. Franco Walker was also here. Thank you so much, Franco, for being here today. And, I promise I'll have a shore leave during the day sometime next month to balance out the fact that you can't be there live for the nighttime ones. And thanks for joining me as we looked at the life and career of Grace Lee Whitney. And even though we only had her for a few episodes, she's still important, and we still
And a
have to
couple of
talk about her.
movies. And a
And
couple of
a few
movies.
movies. Oh yeah, and 4 of the movies. And her
A
story
founding
is
member and legacy torch bearer.
It has been my privilege to learn more about each of I've loved Star Trek for a couple of decades now, and it's been but I think it's been a real great privilege to learn more about them, and I'm glad that I'm buying these books, and I'm really getting to know these people that I've loved for so many years. And
They
so
have been
thank
our
you.
guides, they have been our protectors, and they have been our friends.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you, Grace, for sharing your life story with us. And she went through some difficult stuff, but she came back. She came back to Star Trek. She rebuilt her relationships, and she helped people. And that's pretty good. I think she did great. And thanks for everybody for listening and sharing what you know. And you guys know quite a bit. I'm always impressed. And thank you for supporting the channel. Thanks to Bruce Lombardo for continuing his membership and for the super chats, and Old Man Bird for the super chat. And we'll see you all next time. See you tomorrow night. Bye for now.
Live long and prosper.
Thank you to everyone who subscribes, listens, leaves comments, and joins me in the chat. I also want to give an extra special thank you to all of my channel members and Patreon supporters. Every month, we have exclusive membership streams on YouTube, and I'm coming up with new content to upload to my Patreon too. Every level of support, from simply watching and engaging in the chat to becoming a member, helps me grow this channel in so many ways so that I can keep exploring stories that we love. Thank you for being a part of it.
Learn all that is learnable.
So I hope you learned something today.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
I enjoy hearing what you have to say, so leave me a comment.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
So let's continue creating conversations and ideas.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Share out the stream to bring more here. Bye for now. See you next time.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
It's what you said there is exactly that one word is what's missing in my opinion. This is my opinion. Love. I think that's what's missing in Star Trek now. It just seems like a hollow shell with a wind-up key on the back. You know, we can just keep an outlook and hope things change for the next generations. You know, I'm old, so I know I'm not around, and I know I have the classics to enjoy. I look at the original, right? I look at the original series cast. The way I look at it is like a family to me. They're a family. I was a kid. I used to go hang out at their house every night at 6 o'clock, and they all treated me like one of them. But sadly to say, they've all passed away. Their house is still there. I can walk by and see the house, and there it is. But I know there's different people living inside, and I can understand that. So
Right.
I hope eventually Star Trek will be in the hands of somebody who cares about it, who does have hope for the future, who does want to write straight to the hearts and the minds of the fans out there, and not to the bottom dollar, pretty much.